And then, the priestess is kind of his conscious, his guiding light kind of thing, where, being like, oh, wait, you're going too far, bring it back, kind of thing. Um, and eventually, I mean, because you haven't met him yet, because I think you met him, you meet him in the third episode, but
Okay.
the rest of his party there, oh yeah, oh, there's such a dynamic between the two of them. You know how it was in Lord of the Rings with Legolas and Gimli.
Okay.
The dwarf and the elf kind of thing going on there.
Hmm.
That's kind of the way this happens here too. So they don't necessarily like each other, but they're teamed up. So
Uh,
there's like that friction in between the two of them that constantly happens,
uh,
where the dwarf's making fun of the elf will make fun of the dwarf, and they'll do little things along their way. But to me, I like that. I think that even further drives home the whole D&D perspective, because that's like a party. That's you and your friends getting together with, putting your imaginations into sheets and looking at these characters and being like, I'm fighting this and this is happening, and I'm like, this is awesome. Um, and so far with the story, I'm loving that too. They started you off slow, introducing the characters, introducing what they're doing. You see their abilities, you see what they can do, and then now we're facing a much larger threat. Now there's a potential for some sort of demon lord of some sort that is trying to pool all the monsters together and make a army to fight. Of course, Goblin Slayer doesn't care about the rest of them. He just cares about goblins. But um, he's run into other things along the way now as well that he's had to deal with, kind of thing, when in the course of that. So, um, and so I mean, absolutely, I fully intend to continue watching this, and I'm a little disappointed that it's only going to be 12 eps. I'm hoping that means that this is just like one core, and that we're going to see another core maybe the next maybe White Fox was dipping their toe into this and being like, okay, how far can we get on this? What's the reaction going to be? I'm hoping that the reaction they received, because again, there's been a lot of criticisms for that first episode, but just as much as I've seen criticisms, I've also watched people react and have just as much good things to say about this series as well. So I'm hoping, with that being the case, that White Fox will take this as, okay, this is just a 12 episode core, and we're going to continue it on afterwards. Because I think that'll be awesome. I fully think that'll be awesome. Because I mean, nobody in this, no character in this is overpowered. Even Goblin Slayer himself is not overpowered. He's not undefeatable. There are things that beat him around. Even in the last episode with him I watched, there was an ogre that beat him senseless for a bit. And he had to get back up and figure something out. To me, I kind of look at Goblin Slayer as like, if I were to put him as like a hero, he's like the Batman of it. He's prepared. He understands, he knows, he's prepared, and he has enough tools on him and know-how in fighting to be able to overcome what he needs to do. So again, just like Batman's not completely undefeatable. Same with Goblin Slayer. I fully think that he's not undefeatable, but he doesn't give up, and he'll keep going at it, and he'll find the way to achieve that victory, I think. So, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I am 2 episodes in. I wanted to see. I was already interested in this show, somewhat. Not as much as other shows because this is a fantasy show, and like it's really that genre is really hit or miss for me. But I do like the characters in it. The first episode, I I was already kind of like on alert because of already knowing that there's some kind of controversy. Um, at, at first, when I finished the first episode, I was like, so the controversy was him killing the babies? Or
Yeah, I could see that.
I was like, because that was sad. I'd rather he didn't do that, but he had his own reasons. So I'm like, okay, I understand that. Um, the other parts, after I went and watched one YouTube video talking about it, I was like, oh, well, the very first scene of every episode is like, warning, this show contains scenes that are not intended for all audiences. Viewer discretion be advised. I'm like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you were warned.
Exactly. Exactly.
I don't like for stuff like that to happen in shows, but they said it was gonna hit. Like, I the I don't even know how to say this. Um, when things that are horrible happening in when there's a scene where something horrible is happening, I'd rather not for it to be very graphic.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather it that to like for them to tastefully handle the scene.
Yeah.
It's a weird way to describe a scene like that. It's a horrible thing that happens, but they did it in a way to where
And from what I've been told from other people, the light novel is even worse at, they go into more detail than what we even saw in the anime.
Yeah, and like
So,
there's other shows that have done stuff like this.
yeah.
So like,
But no,
somebody says,
I like how you say it. I mean, it was definitely tastefully done because they give you that idea. This is going to happen, but then they cut away, and then they only show you like close up of something that kind of gives you the idea. Like, yep, that's happening. Mm-hmm.
yeah, they do like the old horror movies back in like the 90s used to do, where like they would pan up the shadows or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They would like like kind of cut away from it, even though you know what would be happening. It's
Exactly.
now, so like I compare it to a show named like Berserk.
Mm-hmm.
I
It has been compared to.
Yeah, and as far as Berserk, I haven't seen Berserk. I've
Mm-hmm.
only seen like the bad CG ones.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know some people say it's very violent and very bad things happen. So I'm like, okay, I really don't care for seeing bad things, so I'll just not watch that series. And
Mm-hmm.
I haven't. If somebody was like, Goblin Slayer has some very graphic scenes and it's terrible things happen in it, then I'm like, okay, cool, I'll stay away from it. But because I didn't know, and I feel, in my opinion, that it wasn't that bad. Like it wasn't as graphic as like I have. I won't watch scary stuff. Like certain scary things, I won't watch it. I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
So for me to just pass through the show and not even know what people are upset about at first, then I totally think they handled it well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this show's not for everybody. If you can't handle, if you
See, but
can't handle implying bad things, then
yeah.
don't watch it.
See, but I mean, even the gore, I think, is handled to a good extent as well. Like a lot of times, either just like you were saying with that, even the gore in it it's either cut away, and it's implied that you know what's going to happen. Like in that first episode, when that one adventure came through with the guy with the sword, and after he got tackled, you see a goblin standing over him with an axe, little hand axe in his hand, with his arm pinned to the guy's arm pinned to the ground, coming down for a swing, and then it cuts away, and you hear the guy scream. It's like, yep, pretty sure I know what just happened. I'm pretty sure he just had his arm cut off, but you don't see it.
Yeah.
And then even like the goblins, when they get, decimated, whether it be from an arrow to the face or, getting their arm severed or head through with a sword, it's like it's usually a quick in and done. They don't go into detail about it. They're just like, nope, here we go, and it's done. And we're good. And we move on. But it's I think in that sense though it's more satisfying because you already know what horribleness they can do. So you're already kind of having your mind state like, okay, no, this is bad. This needs to happen. Absolutely, I'm all for it, kind of thing. So no, I think above all, I really hope that I see more fantasy genres that actually do more of this. because this is and everything that I like a good balance in all my shows.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it be if I'm watching a reality kind of show, slice of life, I like there to be something weird or interesting happening at the same time because it counterbalances just the fact that it's too much realism.
Mm-hmm.
And in a lot of these fantasy animes, especially ones we've had as of late, um, they just go for the happy-go-lucky, everything's great, yeah, fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at this awesome power, and hero's gonna save the day, yada yada yada.
And
And
I
it's
got
like
cell phone.
exactly. And I'm looking at it going, that's not really real though. That's Happy La La Land, which don't get me wrong, it has its place, but I'm happy to see this because this is not something we have been able to see in quite a while, where it's more realistic, hard hitting. This is what's happening. It's in your face, but at the same time, it's going, all right, heroes are going to win, but it's not going to be like an easy
Easy.
battle. They're gonna work for this thing. They're gonna have to deal some stuff, and then in the end they'll be better for it, and they'll gain more abilities and more powers, like the priestess lady is. But it's still gonna happen, kind of thing. So no, this has to be probably um, really high up there as far as me goes for fantasy animes, especially as of late. It's easily in my top five.
Nice.
So, like I said, I hope that they continue this. I hope it's not just going to be a 12 and done. I'm
Mm-hmm.
hoping they're like, no, just do a core and then let's continue it afterwards, and let's have this series go on for a bit. So,
Okay. Cool. Um.
do
Let's
you
see.
intend on continuing it though? That's a question.
So, um, I would say as far as my rating goes,
Hmm.
it doesn't need anything. It is good the way it is.
Absolutely.
Um, as far as am I gonna watch it? Um, I am very excited about certain shows this season,
Hmm.
and this show is right in the middle.
Gotcha.
There's a few shows that are right above it that I'm like just ecstatic to continue, and then there's other shows that are like and they fall well below this one. So, um, I it depends on my time.
I get you. I get you.
Yeah. Um,
But it's not for lack of wanting to. That's where it's at. You're
no,
you're
it's
you're actually kind of wanting to. It would be more of just a time frame factor that would come into to question with this.
it's 100% time because it's like out of fantasy shows, this is one that I'm interested in. I'm like, oh,
Oh yeah.
okay, cool. And yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, this is cool. This is dark. Need a little bit of dark fantasy.
Yeah.
Um, but then it's like, but then I got this show and this show and this show. so, um, so yeah, I'm a hold off on this one for now, but I definitely want to come back to it.
I will say, since I mean it's probably a good chance you're not gonna you know hit or miss whether you can or not. One of my favorite parts just happened just recently of this whole thing, in which he had to face an ogre with
Mm-hmm.
the party,
Uh-huh.
and they were having a hard time of it, and he pulls out a scroll that he had saved up,
Mm-hmm.
um, and makes very good use of it. Let's just put it that way. And it was just awesome to see. That is the thing. I know every now and then they use like CG for him every now and then,
Yeah.
um, which I think it's kind of like what startling. Like, oh wait, okay, then we're back to normal kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But those instances, like even from the first episode, and then when he uses that scroll in that one, where they have such cool shots in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you could like freeze frame the picture and put it up there, I'm like, that's a cool shot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when he was coming walking down in that first episode to the priestess, where the two goblins were attacking,
Oh yeah.
and his walk, and then like the glow in his eye, and that like where it was fiery almost, and I'm just like
Yeah.
going, that is a cool looking shot. And then the same thing with this is that he had a scroll, but apparently whenever you cast a spell, the scroll gets used up. So it was actually burning bright blue in his hand. So you see him with kind of that what you come to expect with him walking with that glow coming from him with like a burning blue scroll in one hand as he's walking up, and I'm like, that's a cool shot, man. So you know what, White Fox, you're definitely getting up there in looks is what I'm saying as far as that goes, and I'm really probably looking more excited about what you guys are going to come out with after that. So
Awesome. Yeah. All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Hinamaru Sumo.
ha.
So, another sports anime. I
Yep.
I saw a sports anime a long time ago. I think it's like Rowdy Sumo Wrestler Guy something, and it was he was annoying, so I didn't really um, latch onto it. Uh, this one, on the other hand, is actually pretty good. At first, like out of all of the shows this season, there are a few that I'm like absolutely hyped for, and then there are some that I'm like, these are absolutely unknown, and then I watch them and I get excited. Um, this one was towards the middle, and it was going to be a toss up whether I watched it or not. But somebody was like, "Hey, you should check this out. It's a really good sumo anime." So I'm like, "All right," and I'm glad I did. It actually gives me more perspective as far as like I don't know how many sumo animes are out there, maybe just the two, but I do uh, like this one because it's more. I think it's more old school style
Hmm.
where um, it's not really about like all the crazy action. It's more about like the passion of the sport. It's about like the variety of the characters and everything like that. So basically, um, the guy in the front and the middle, he is he's crazy about sumo wrestling and he wants to be a sumo wrestler. And then the
Hmm.
guy to his, or I guess to our right of him,
Uh,
his left, is also like crazy passionate about sumo. And they
I know it's more like stereotypical in mindset, and I've seen some other sumo wrestlers that look more like the guy in the middle kind of thing, but looking at that lineup, the guy that you were just talking about, to me, at first glance, is the only one who I would initially go, "Oh, there's a sumo wrestler." Yeah, no, definitely. Because he just has the look, he has the body type, he has the stereotypical look that comes with that. You know what I mean?
like
He's
the
a
big and round, yeah,
big guy.
yeah.
I mean, you think you're like, all right, nah, he's gonna knock somebody flat out of the ring, kind of thing. And the other ones I'm looking at going, well, eh. So, but I know that there's more to it and sumo and everything. I have done at least a little bit of research in regards to that. So I'm not completely in the dark on it. But again, looking at that lineup, I'm like, yeah, no, he's about the only one who I'd initially go, oh, sumo wrestler, definitely.
Yeah, I was thinking that too when I first saw it. Because like I saw the picture, but I didn't actually like look at each individual character. I was just like, wow, this is a very passionate picture. Uh, so, I've watched so many shows, I can't remember exactly how this starts. But I know that the little dude in the front, he's trying to find this prestigious school, and he ends up finding the school of the other guy, of the bigger guy, and he sees the bigger guy practicing next to the fence, and he hops the fence. Is like, oh my god, yeah! Just like just talking to him about like how well he made the ring because it's he's like at least he mentioned that he had used fire hose packed with dirt, and
Mhm.
then He packs the dirt in a perfect circle, like really, really nicely, without any weeds or pebbles in it and stuff like that. So I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Like I like finding out information about stuff that I don't know. That's somewhat entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I know nothing about sumo except just like you said, a lot of the sumo wrestlers that I see look like the round guy. So
Yep.
I'm like, and then I know that they wear the belt thing. there's a name for it. It's like starts with a K. It's like a something belt. But those are the only two things that I know about it so far. And the main guy, he was wearing a black one. I'm like, oh, okay, they're different colors too. That's cool. So seeing them two bond over sumo, I'm like, that's interesting. And then they like spar a little bit, and then he starts talking to him, and he's like, oh, okay, so where's the dojo? He's like, I see you're practicing here, boy. And he's like, well, and some hooligans has taken over the dojo, and he confronts them because he's like, no, the dojo belongs to the sumo club. Why are all these like gangsters in here? Y'all need to get out. And like they all have this confrontation. And then something happens and the guy decides he's like, oh, I'm actually at the wrong school because he doesn't pay. He's like tunnel focused. Like before he saw the sign that says the name of the school, he saw the sumo ring next to the fence and it was like, okay, I'm at the right school, sumo, and it just carried on.
So just so you know, it's Kesho Mawashi.
Okay, Keshimashi belt, yeah.
Yeah. And I also looked up, they're actually kind of surprising. There are 9 animes for sumo wrestling.
Nice.
So, but like a lot of these, other than the two this one and then the Rowdy Sumo that you mentioned before, the rest of these look really old.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense. But yeah, so so he starts heading. He has a really bad hand drawn map. So the guy fixed his map. And he's like, no, it's like this. And I handed it to him. He went off, and then the other guy came out to go practice at his little ring that he made outside of the club because they won't let him in to use it. And people just took shovels and just destroyed it.
Oh,
and
wow.
He was like super upset and was about to just quit altogether. Then the other guy gets lost again because the map is not helping him. And he's like, crap, I ended up back in the school again. And he sees what happened to the ring, and then he challenges the leader of the gang to he challenges him to a duel. And he's like, the leader of the gang's like, we fight my way, my rules, and whatever. And then the other guy's like, okay, cool. If I win, we get the dojo. If you win, you get the dojo. It's like, okay, standard anime sports duel.
Yeah.
So basically the rules were you have to stand there and let me beat on you as much as I want for 10 minutes. And if you survive, then you get to have your dojo. And apparently he does this all the time because people that were inside the main school building started hearing that there was some kind of like ruckus going on at the club. And they're like, oh my God, it's a so-and-so beat down again. And they're like, not again. So like people start crowding outside of the building and they held the timer. And what they did, it was like 10 minutes plus 5 minutes thing. And he just started wailing on him and like destroying his hands. And basically the little guy, he's actually too short to officially like to be an official sumo wrestler. But he doesn't care. He's like really, really passionate, and to make up for his lack of height, he makes up for in stability, strength, and just how solid he is. So basically, that guy was like punching a boulder for like 10, 15 minutes, and the guy didn't budge at all. And then and then they're like, what? How could this happen? We even put they like ratted themselves out. They're like, we even put extra 5 minutes on a thing. What the hell? And I'm like, shh. If y'all are cheating, you dummies.
Don't announce it.
So then
We even cheated and we lost. Wait, what? Nothing?
So
You didn't
yeah.
hear nothing.
Yeah, so everybody started getting upset and everything, and he's like, okay, now it's my turn. And like
Would you demolish them?
one thing about sumo is I forgot that there's slaps in them. And
Yeah.
there's like shoving, grabbing the belt, and like trying to push each other out. But I forgot. It's like I kind of knew slaps were in there because of E Honda from Street Fighter, but
oh yeah, no, slapping is definitely a thing.
Yeah, I didn't know it was like how it was actually used in the sport. So after the guy was standing in front of me, he's like, oh, okay, and then he was just like, just man, I'm pretty sure he slapped the facial hair off of that dude. I was like, wow. And he was just in there in a daze. And then I'm like, Jesus Christ. So okay. And then he's like, my turn, and like charges at him and like slams him into the wall. And and then everybody starts getting all riled and like, no. And then he's like, guys, I've been trying to hit him for 15 minutes. He didn't budge, and he took me out in one hit. We lost. And then they kind of like go off.
Well, I guess at least he was honorable to that point.
Yeah. One thing, I think one of the main reasons why he's the leader of the gang is because he was they explained that he was I don't want to say karate master because that sounds silly.
Well, unless you know what style he was.
Well, it's like he was like a regional champion or something like that at a like in middle school or something like that. So he's a very well talented martial artist, and that's probably how he got to the top of the game. And because of that, he knows like how strong that guy actually is, and then also for him to back down is kind of like a respect thing because of what he learned in martial arts when he was not being a hooligan and causing trouble. So it was
But he's okay with the fact of adding an extra 5 minutes onto a time that was otherwise agreed upon.
It's one of the things where it's like he's like, yeah, these are my boys. Like we're gonna do it whatever we want. But then he's like, he comes against somebody who's like really talented as a martial artist or sportsman and kind of puts him in his place. And he's like, out of respect for like what you showed me, kind of thing. And he's like, okay, guys, let's back off. Now, if you've seen the first episode and you look at this picture, you notice that the silver hair guy is standing there in the thing. That is the gang leader.
Oh.
So he's
going to become a sumo wrestler.
He's going to end up joining the club. So I see this like, I don't want to keep saying stereotypical. I see the usual path that a sports anime takes, and this one's like right along that path. It's very interesting. Certain things are slightly different, and I do like that because it adds variety.
So basically, they're checking off all the boxes as they're going.
Yeah, check off the box. We're gonna check this box, but we're gonna add a little bit of chili powder on it, like a little bit different.
Spice it up, bam.
Yeah. So yeah, so I do like the show. It's really cool. Just like a lot of shows. The show, as good as it is, does not need anything. There's still a lot of other shows that are like I'm like really excited to watch this season. So I will come back to it, and I do think it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's yeah, it's just good. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that one. The next show we're going to be talking about is Ito. I don't know if it's Itozuku or Itoduku, but it's what
Zuko.
I think it's like Annie Char says Zuku and then like Google says Dooku. It's weird.
If
But
there's one thing I've learned about having like an Alexa and stuff like that, I don't use. I'm looking at the word. I'm like, no, that's Irazuku. Yep, that's Izuku.
yeah,
Because they don't pay attention to that. They really don't.
yeah. The second I know, I stuck out or so many colors in the future, and I think Crunchyroll has a different name for it, but or no, it's not on Crunchyroll. It's actually on Amazon Prime. They're still grabbing like a couple anime here and there.
Yeah, but see, they put it on Prime.
Yes.
See, that I'm
Well,
okay with.
yeah, and
That I'm okay with.
I think they have 3 shows that are on there. But eh, I thought that they were like, we're shutting down anime strike. We're getting out of it completely. I like that they're still like, we're still here. We got a couple shows. Got one of them.
See, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm
And
okay with
like all the ones that they used to have are now going to high dive. So it's
which I'm
interesting.
not quite as thrilled about.
Yeah. Because I think that because their library is starting to get so much bigger and they're starting to get a lot of more current shows, they rose the price a bit. So now it's almost the same price as Crunchyroll. So yeah.
Come on.
Oh,
Really?
and then as a side thing, the whole Sony and Crunchyroll breakup. And Funimation and Crunchyroll breakup.
Yeah, yeah.
Sony, that's also fracturing it. So now we're gonna have like what 4? It's gonna be
Yeah, because
Crunchyroll.
now you're gonna Crunchyroll, Funimation, High Dive, and Anime or Amazon.
Yeah. So
It's like, God dang it!
I went
Go
from
back to what you had.
like I don't know. It's like doubling how much I'm gonna end up having to spend on anime because I watch everything. But
Exactly.
I don't know.
It's
Before
ridiculous.
I was happy when Amazon had it, but now I'm not happy that Amazon like that. Because it's like Funimation is like, we got sub only stuff in that you have to come back over here. And I'm like, I was happy when I didn't have to do that, but
Exactly.
And then
It's
also,
just,
I don't know
see,
what. Okay.
in that sense, I feel like even though it was completely unrelated, I still feel like I should blame Amazon and be like, you know what? Y'all ruined a good thing. You tried to back down from that, which made it better on your end, but you still ruined it in general. So screw you guys.
Yeah.
Screw you guys.
I don't know. It's like I'm going back to your side that you had before. It's like I was happy that there were a few places. There was 3, and I'm not happy that there's 4.
Actually, technically, there's 5. Netflix.
Which, oh, freaking!
I just got told that the second season for Seven Deadly Sins is on Netflix.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I found that out a while ago, and and I found a way to view it weekly, but there's no subtitles, so there's no point. I'm like, oh, well, that was a waste of time.
But you see what I'm saying? It's like, we had just 2 or 3 services that we could rely on and get the anime that we wanted. Now we're all over the place.
Yeah,
We're almost doubling the amount of places now that you have to go to just to be able to see what you want to see.
Like, now that this is happening, there better not be one show that gets left behind. They got some explaining to do. Everything should be available.
Well, but see, the thing is Netflix, that
even though
they have it, they don't have it right away.
No, they hold on to it till it's all done.
And then they'll release it.
And then they're like, oh, look, Violet Evergarden's out. I'm like, I knew that 6 months ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I haven't even seen it because of that. It sucks. But yeah. Um, there was one show that we talked about last episode, and we I just found out info about it like 2 days ago, so you didn't get a chance to see it. But yeah, um, Tokyo Ghoul is on Hulu now.
Oh God.
Yeah, the first part of was on that other streaming service that nobody uses, and now all three seasons are on Hulu. So if you wanted to watch it for the next episode, it's there. But
God dang. So that's 6 services.
yeah,
We had 3 at one point.
3 to 6.
We went from 3 to 6. And it was organized in a good way too. You want subtitles, you go here. You don't want subtitles, you go here. And then you want like
Here, yep.
Yeah, that's the way it was. That's the way we liked it. That's the way it should have been. God dang corporatization.
But yeah.
It ruins everything.
Yeah, that means nothing should be not available anymore. That's the last. That's all I care about. Yeah. One last thing. Aniplex, they're taking all of their stuff away from Funimation, and I hope they're not doing a Disney where they're like, oh no, nobody can renew our stuff anymore because we're gonna have a streaming service. I'm gonna be so mad. And then they're like, yeah, and it's $20 a month. Because Do Ra Ra Ra, Full Metal Alchemist, one of the shows I'm watching this season, I saw Aniplex on there. I'm like, God dang it! I'm gonna have to spend $130 to get the Blu-ray. Great. So, yeah, I want to go ahead and predict it now. Aniplex is gonna start up their own streaming service. Watch, and it's gonna fail, and then they'll give it to Funimation again or something. I don't know.
Oh, I just don't know anymore. It's becoming harder and harder just to be able to watch the things that you want to watch.
Yeah, it's just a lot of stuff's just gonna be left behind.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'll preview it so you don't have to.
So you can know if it's even worth doing it or not.
Yeah. So, all right, back to So Many Colors. So we had talked about this one in the previous episode, and
we were very uncertain as far as what the heck this was even about.
Yes, and
seemed highly confusing.
It said that she lost her sense of color, and her grandmother sent her back in the past to gain her sense of color.
And she grew up lacking emotion.
Yes.
I don't know if that's a result of her losing the sense of color, or if that was something else entirely. I don't know.
Yeah, so I have all of the answers for that for episode 1. So, the show starts out at some kind of celebration where there's fireworks going on.
Mm-hmm.
She looks at the sky, can see fireworks, but that's just our view of it. It switches to her view. Everything's black and white. She's actually like colorblind. So I'm like, okay. Everything that she sees is this gray, dull version of what everybody else sees. So I can see why she would like lose enthusiasm about everything. She's at the festival because her grandmother wants to, I don't know if she still wants to see it even though it's black and white. And it's so weird the way the fireworks look without color is strange. It's like,
well, I imagine you're used to seeing color.
yeah, it's. I was like, yeah, I think that would depress me too. Um, so she's up at the top of the mountain, like looking over the sea, seeing the fireworks. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, so she's up at the top of the mountain, looking over the city to see the fireworks, and her grandmother is really late, and like a bunch of people are like coming past me, like, "Oh, the fireworks are so pretty!" Blah blah blah. And she's just like, "Grandma, are you on your way?" And then she finally gets there, and she's been working on something, and then she talks to her, and she's like, says a couple things, and then she's like, um, "I'm gonna send you back in time to when I was in high school, and that'll help you somehow." And then she like, I can't remember exactly what she said, but it was like really simple. And then she's like,
this is gonna help you. Trust me. I don't know how, but it's gonna help you. Let's just go back. Just go back. Here's not good. Back is better.
Yeah, she's like, "How is that gonna help you?" "I don't want to." She's like, "Oh, I already started the spell." And she like finishes the spell and then like sends her back. And then the girl ends up on some bus with this weird creature. Um, and then she walks up to the front before the bus stops, and then it stops, and she like slams into the wall. I'm like, "Why did you get up?" So,
I don't know. I probably wouldn't. I'd probably get up if I was sitting next to a weird creature.
well, the weird creature was the driver, and she was just.
Oh.
So, I don't know what else happened, but yeah. So then she tries to get off. Oh, and it says so many colors in the future because they were in the future. They like have like these pop out displays for like phones. Like somebody would be calling, and then she would like answer, and it was like whoop, a little window will pop out. I don't know where it came from, but it was like a little hologram disc in this. So there's a few things that are cool. And then she tries to leave, and like the bus driver creature is like, "Hey, you need to pay, you thief! Ah, you're such a thief!" And I'm like, "Calm down. She hasn't left yet." And then she's like, "Pay with what?" And she's like, "I don't." He's like, "Money. You need to put money." She's like, "I don't. What's money?" And um, me in my head, I'm like, "Oh, they're so far in the future that like physical currency is not even a thing." So I'm like, "How is this going to resolve?" And then he sees in her hand that she's holding some Pocky, and he's like, "Ooh." She's like, "Do you want this?" And he's like, "Ooh." And then she like leaves, and I'm like, "That's weird."
I don't. I'm trying to imagine. Like the description of this one said that she gets sent back to the year 2018. We don't have any strange, at least that I know of. I haven't been in a bus in a while, but I don't know of any strange creatures driving buses that
Yeah.
want Pocky.
So I don't know where that bus resides because she gets off of the bus and then it just disappeared. So I don't know if that's like the time travel machine or what, but she oh yeah, she steps off. No, that's not that. She steps off the bus and falls through the clouds. They didn't disappear, and she lands on somebody's floor, and not she. And it's not like she fell through the house or anything. She just like fell, disappeared, and appeared like 5 inches above the ground. And she's like, and I'm like, okay, what a terrible time machine or whatever that was. So
And your grandmother, trust me, this is gonna work. Trust me. I don't know how, but this is gonna work. Trust me.
So
Be like, she's a horrible grandmother.
oh god. And like you find out like that's yeah. So, so yeah, she gets up and looks at the calendar and it says 2018. And I'm like, whoa, went all the way back to 2018, crazy. And like she's like, where am I? Looking around and all that kind of stuff. And of course somebody starts to come into the room, so she like hides under the bed. And he's like starts getting undressed and somebody texts him and then he goes off and leaves. And she climbs out the window. A couple other people that are like walking around in the neighborhood, especially some of the guy's friends, that some of that guy whose room she was in, his friends see her climbing out of the window. And they're like, ooh, I'm telling, taking pictures and all that kind of stuff. And this whole giant rumor starts. And yeah, they end up coming, running into her and like asking her questions and all that kind of stuff. And she has no idea what anything is and all that kind of stuff. She's asking basically where her grandmother's house is, or at least the place. She's actually looking for the building that her grandmother's in. So they show her how to get there, and they take off. And she goes there, sees her great grandmother, I guess, and asks for her grandmother, which is the lady's daughter. It's so weird. And they're like, "Oh, she's out of the country." I'm like, "What? Why did you send her to that time period if you're not even going to be there?" She needs to talk to anybody. Like, make sure you talk to
wonderful grandmother. Trust me, this is gonna work. Trust me.
Yeah.
I'm not there, and I have no idea where you're going or how you're gonna land there. But trust me, this is gonna work. Oh God.
So I'm like, don't people be like, oh yeah, okay, so you're gonna go back in time. You're gonna end up in this area. You need to find this one building. Here's a map, and give this message to this specific person, and then you'll be fine. She just threw her on a bus, and she fell out of the sky, and somehow she happened to find her way to her great grandma's house. So,
oh God, this is a horrible grandmother.
So,
this is a horrible. Trust me, you're fine. Don't worry about it. I don't know what you're doing, but you're fine. Oh God.
So they can tell that she's lost because she's in the building. She's like, is so and so here? And she's like, oh, she's out of the country. And she's like, and then she's like, turns around and kind of starts walking away. And they're like, do you need help? And then they end up letting her stay. And then the grandmother at that time, which is her grandma's grandma, so her great grandma, like starts talking to her and like yeah, they just start talking, and then she explains what happened, and I can't remember what happens next, but the grandmother's like, oh, okay. So if your story's true, that means we're related. Yeah, you can stay here. I'm like, okay. Very hospitable. Thank you for somebody being like, reliable.
That's the good grandmother.
So yeah, so she ends up staying there the night, and then she ended up losing a piece of jewelry that she had on her, and I can't remember how important it was, but she's like, oh, she noticed it after talking to the grandmother, and she's like, oh, I gotta go find it, and then she's like, just starts leaving. I'm like, hey, it's nighttime. You shouldn't do that. And then the mom's like, hey, it's nighttime. Why don't you look for it in the morning? I'm like, ah. I like this mom, and I like this grandma.
I don't like the other one. No.
Yeah. So they get up in the morning and start eating breakfast, and they make a couple comments that like their daughter is kind of like spur of the moment and kind of just does whatever she wants. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. Everything that I've experienced so far.
Doesn't change. You'd figure when you get older, you get a little wiser, and you wouldn't do those things anymore. Nope.
Some things just don't change. Nope. So yeah, she's like, oh yeah, I gotta go find my necklace. She goes out and goes back to that. What was it? There's magic in this world. Part of the magic is what sent her back in time. And the building that they went to is kind of like a magic shop. So there's like all these vials of potions and all that kind of stuff behind them, and they're all like rainbow colored to like, I guess, rub it in that girl can't see color. I don't know, like black. Everything's so bright and colorful. The show's also done by PA Works, and they're really good at doing color and making things look really nice. So they're just like, oh, we got the perfect show. Just crank up all of our nice, beautiful artwork, and she can't see none of it. So
all in all, I feel just like worse and worse and worse for this girl who's had to go through this. It's just like bad grandmother, bad studio being like, haha, you can't see color. Look at all the pretty. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't see that. Good Lord.
so before she leaves to go look for her necklace that she's missing, uh, the mother says, "Oh, well, you said something about you being a mage," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, she did kind of say that earlier." And she's like, "Can you do detection magic?" And she's like, no." And then like, "Okay, how about this?" And then she like gets this thing and sparkles this like rainbow dust on her. It's like la 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 la, and then she like for a second gets this like
Clairvoyance.
yeah, like this vision of where it is. So it's kind of like, boom, it's under the bed that you were in. And then it goes away. And she's like, oh, crap. So then she goes and tries to head back over there, but then she sees the guy leaving and he's like, his mom sees the necklace and she's like, ooh, you got it, girl. He's like, ah, shut up. He's like very mature for his age, and his mom's all like, ooh, you got a girlfriend.
Well, come on. Let's be honest. Most parents, especially nowadays, are probably like that anyway, so that's probably pretty accurate.
So
they're gonna tease the hell out of their kids.
So he's like, I don't know where this came from. It may have come from a burglar. I'm gonna take this to the police station so we can give them some information about this. I'm like, how very adult of you. So like,
oh, good Lord.
So as the girl's walking up to walking near his house, she sees him come out and he like reaches in his pocket, pulls out the
necklace.
The earring is actually what it is. He pulls out the earring and looks at it for no reason, just so she can see that he's the one who has it, and then puts it back in his pocket and starts walking towards the police station. So she starts trailing him.
And like how you had that in quotations, the police station.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's where he's going. It's not like he's like faking it. Is he?
She follows him, and then he goes and sits in the park and starts drawing. And I'm like, you said it was maybe a burglar. Why aren't you going to the police station? Isn't this urgent? Or you just say that to get your mom off your back? Because also, why do you keep touching the earring? I'm like, aren't you getting your fingerprints all over it? Like, are you taking it there so they can have the clue of the earring, or are you taking it there because her fingerprints are on it? Why are you not at the police station? Why are you drawing at the park? So she follows him to the park, and then she like slowly starts approaching him, and then she looks at what he's drawing, and it's this like colorful fish with like all this rainbow stuff. Everything else is black and white except for his drawing. And then the fish comes alive and comes off the paper and starts swirling around and filling the world with color. And she's like, oh my God, this is amazing. I can see color. And then he looks up and he's like, excuse me? And she's like spinning around in front of him to like losing her mind. And he's like, who are you? And then the episode ends. I'm like, no! She can finally see color. Why? I gotta find out. So that was a very interesting show. I do like some of the characters in the show.
Let me guess. Grandma's not your favorite.
Nah. Great grandma and then great grandma are the two coolest people on the show because they have sense. They I don't know, they kind of like created a world that I'm very interested in finding out why she lost the color. And
and
Oh,
why he gave it why and how he gave it back.
yeah, yeah. So I'm like, they built some really, really good characters. Like they've built this world that I'm like, ooh. So when does magic start? Has magic started in 2018? And then I'm like, can you use any magic now that you're back in 2018? Um, what is grandma gonna do when she sees you? Why did we get introduced to a bunch of his friends? Are you gonna make friends with them and like live your life? How are you gonna get back? Like,
That would be my first thought.
yeah, there's
Like,
so
you got here, and will you have your color back? Are you gonna live the rest of your life here, or
yeah.
how are you gonna get back?
Does your grandma have to make another time machine and then send you to the future? It's um yeah, there's a bunch of questions that have been opened that I want to find the answer to. So I really
Just
I really like
call the bus driver. You'll be fine.
go buy some Pocky and be like, hey, I need to go back to the future. So
I
yeah,
have hockey.
yeah. So that show I'm really interested in. Yeah, that first episode was really good. They did it nice.
Cool.
Uh the next show we're gonna be talking about is Karakuri Circus.
So this was okay. So we went from one that we didn't know what the hell was happening to one that was just weird.
Yes. Um, so as far as different styles of anime, um, there's like modern anime where like a lot of them are slice of life or high school based. Then you have the current fantasy trend that was um, like being in one world and being it's called in another world, like isekai, which is you start in one world or you either transported or reincarnated in another world.
Uh,
Then you have the idol shows. You have a lot of current shows. Back in like the 90s and 80s, you had like adventure shows that had over the top characters, and they took themselves so seriously that you had no choice but to be on board.
I know which ones you're talking about.
So
Oh, I take it that this is one of those.
yeah.
Oh, goodness.
um, I've watched one episode. Um, I I like the three main characters. Well, I don't know. The boy's kind of like the
Annoying.
the empty protagonist that you doesn't really do much. Everybody around him's interesting.
Gotcha.
Um,
Or is it just because everyone else is so interesting that even what little interest he has, it's like dwarfed by it?
I would say there's a little bit of that too
Yeah.
because the main kid is like the son of a very rich CEO, and the company that his father owns is like a puppeteer company, and it's if you
See,
say
when I think about that and everything, you're like, very, very rich and wealthy family owns a puppeteer company. And I'm like, did I miss something?
yeah,
Is puppets all of a sudden popular for no reason?
so um, they take it so seriously that I'm like, oh, okay, I guess y'all can make billions of dollars with puppets. I don't know how, but you said so, and people are after you, so I guess it's true somehow.
So
Uh,
basically, this boils down to the anime logic kind of thing.
yeah,
There is no logic, but this is what's going on, and you just got to
yeah,
accept it.
yeah.
Okay.
They said this is how the world works, and I'm like, okay, yeah, kind of fun. So I'm on board. I'm on board for right now. So yeah, so the dad, the dad is the owner of this somehow the owner of this giant company that has I don't know like the best puppet technology or something, puppeteering so real that it's like the puppets are human. Like he has this like flashback with his grandfather telling him something, and like and it's like and the puppet the grandfather's like and the puppets are so good they're like lifelike and like the puppets like in the background going like like yeah they're moving around but I could immediately tell that that's a puppet. So is this as far as puppeteering technology has come? Because
we're on the cutting edge of puppet technology.
yes, I'm like, okay. So, yeah, so basically his grandfather said if anything happens to your father, take this case and run to the nearest circus. And I'm like, all right.
What world are we in that there's just like a circus? Or like I don't have a circus near me. Do you have a circus near you? Oh.
I'm like, okay. So he starts like at the very beginning of the episode, he's like on the run trying to find the nearest circus, and there's these like guys that look like Agent Smith following him, uh, and he runs into this bear, this mascot, and the mascot's like handing out balloons to kids, and he's like advertising this circus. And I'm like, oh, of course. And then all of a sudden the bear starts choking, and he's like, oh no, it's another seizure. I'm like, what?
A seizure?
Why are you out in the middle of the sun in a giant bear costume?
If you're susceptible to seizures?
I'm like, drink some water, I guess? I don't know. What? You have a health condition. Why are you doing this like high temperature, strenuous job? I don't, okay, that's your thing. And he's like, oh my God, somebody laugh. And he's like moving around trying to act silly. And like the little boy like laughs and he's like, oh my God, thank you. I'm like, that's your cure? Okay. Okay.
I'm having a seizure. Somebody laugh at me.
I was like, okay. So after he recovers, he sees
oh, good Lord.
I'm just gonna call them agents. They're puppets dressed in all like Men in Black attire. And
yeah.
so I'm like these puppet agents. They like surround the kid and like cover his mouth so he can't scream and like start walking off with them. The bear's the only person who sees it because everybody else is staring at him acting crazy. And he runs, tries to stop the agents, and like knocks him away and gets the boy. And then they like, oh, and then he like kicks one in the head, and like his whole head turns sideways, like too far for a human. And he's like, "What is that?" And the dude's like, and then like attacks him, and then he like dislocates his arm, and then he like turns around with his arm bent all weird, and he's like, and I'm like, okay, these guys are puppets. And he they like run off, and I don't know why, but they start heading to I can't remember what happens in between, but they start heading towards the circus, and they get on one of the bullet trains, and they start like talking, and then that's when the little boy goes into his like flashback of him talking to his grandfather and stuff like that. And then as they're doing that, he starts having another attack, and he's like, oh my God, could you laugh? Could you laugh? And he's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, grabs his face and he's like, please laugh. And he's like, he's like, oh my God, thank you. What is going on? So, as he's recovering from that attack, like, one of the agents happened to be on the bus, train, and like opens the divider between the two cars and starts walking towards them. I'm like, hey, there's a guy. Y'all not see the guy? And then the boy sees him.
Puppet Smith coming at you.
So then, he starts fighting them in the train, and then another one is like gets ahead of the train, and he's like, no, and he like stands in front of the train, and the train, like, they hit the brakes, it tries to stop, smashes into the puppet pieces go all crazy and get stuck under the front of the train, so then the train like derails right next to the circus and like starts careening through the parking lot, just destroying hundreds of cars. And I'm like, Jesus! And then smashes into the circus, and before it smashes in, the guy and like jumps out of the train with the puppet. I'm like, you left the boy inside. Is that safer?
You'll be fine. It's fine.
I'm like, is it safer to be in the train that's crashing through stuff, or jump out and possibly get run over by the rest of the train? I don't know. I was like, either way, you left them behind. Okay. So he's all fighting with that, and then the kid gets out of the train and gets surrounded by the things again, and then the guy shows up, and then starts fighting the more that were confronting them. Then out of the shadows comes the lady in yellow, and he sees her and he calls her name, and then she's like, I'm right here. She jumps down, superhero landing, and then like spins open the case, like attaches the puppet strings to her fingers, and she's like, Harlequin, go! This giant puppet jumps out and starts just destroying all the other puppets. I'm like, wow.
Where did that come from?
So I'm like, okay, they know each other somehow, and she's his protector, and that's why he said, take this case and run to the nearest circus, because I guess she hops around from whatever circus is closest to the boy. That's her job, instead of like just being next to the boy. So,
oh God, this whole thing, I'd just be sitting here the entire time going, ow, my brain, ow, why? There are so many plot holes in this entire thing. Why? I mean, so take for instance, like Helsing, or Helsing Ultimate even. Her father tells her, if ever you're in trouble, if ever you're threatened and you have no chance of escape or being able to defend yourself, go to the basement, and there you'll find your salvation. It's like, yeah, basement. She's in the house. She can get to that without putting herself at risk. Why are we going to a circus? Why? Why did we have to do that?
Especially a little kid that can't drive himself to the circus or get there by any easy means. It's crazy.
Or, then gets found by a bear who has to get laughed at. Otherwise, he's going to have a seizure and die. I'm like, what the hell is this? This is the type of anime when you ask people who know little to nothing about anime, This is the type of anime that they go, no, I don't want to watch because this is what they think it's all about. You're gonna going, why? Why? Why do this?
Because it's anime.
Because it's anime. Exactly. Oh my goodness. All right.
So after she destroys all the puppets, yeah. So after she destroys all the puppets, she then turns on the guy because she doesn't know who that is, and it's a big, strong guy next to the kid she's supposed to be protecting from afar, and he doesn't know who she is, so he's about to attack her, and they start arguing. The argument starts getting real heated real quick, and then the kid's like, "No, guys, stop fighting!" Splash! Gets knocked across the circus and like hits the ground limp. You know, like how in Family Guy, when people fall, their like arms like bent over their back and like they're just limp and their legs are all crossed and all that kind of stuff. He felt like that. So I'm like, oh no, what have y'all done? Most of y'all are supposed to be protecting him and y'all just knocked him out.
Y'all messed him up.
So they start freaking out. I think something, I don't remember. They get separated, and like the girl goes with the kid and tries to carry him to the hospital, and then she's like, "Go away, guy," and he goes away. And you cut to him like trying to figure out what he's gonna do, and he decides, "I'm gonna go back and protect that kid." And then you cut back to them, and she's like walking in the rain with him limp on her back, trying to find something. And I'm like, why haven't you made it to a hospital yet? Why are you walking in the rain?
Because all she knows is circuses. That's all she knows. If it's not a circus, can't help you. Sorry.
So I'm like, both of y'all are gonna get sick, and then you're both gonna die. Because in a lot of media, water is the devil. If you get stuck in the rain, you're immediately gonna get pneumonia and die. That's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
I think those are mainly the
live action stuff.
Yeah, the dramas. I think that you watch. So, they're in the rain. They're done.
So he runs up to her and starts yelling at her, and she's like, "It's Sunday. All the hospitals are closed. I'm trying to find an emergency room." And I'm like,
"That's weird."
Okay, that's an excuse. Okay, I'll buy that, I guess. And then he's like, "Come with me," and she's like, "No, I don't trust you." And he's like, "Come on, we need to save him. I know a doctor." And then they go, and he fixes the kid up, and he's like, "Make sure, don't forget for him to take his meds." And then he like leaves, and what was it? They start talking and kind of like apologize. Like, "I'm sorry for being an idiot." "Oh, I'm sorry for being an idiot." And then they, you look out the window.
Is like dead or half dead.
He's sitting on a respirator. Guys,
you guys are both idiots. See, that's what I would imagine. He'd wake up and be like, "I'm sorry, you guys are both idiots."
So, so they're apologizing. Then outside the window comes a more powerful looking puppet. And they're like, "Oh no, get ready." And the episode ends. I'm like,
thank God.
And I just watched. Half of it's like super action packed and like, oh my God, yes, this is so cool. And then I'm like, but I don't know why. Why is all this weird stuff happening? In my belief this far? Is this like a couple inches farther than I can believe? Because I guess. So I don't really know what to do about this show. It's like 50% awesome and 50% I guess.
See, I don't think I could do that one.
I I kind of want to like find out what else is gonna happen because I'm like, these are the three main characters that I see in the thing, and then I'm like, ooh, what does that other puppet do? Because he looks different than the other ones. So
I would just be like, I can't. This just hurts my brain. I don't know what just no.
and then I'm like, how does the laughter cure the and I'm like, is she still like after everything's said and done, is she still gonna go back to the circus and like protect him from afar, or is she like finally gonna like be next to him all the time? And then I'm like, this is like a Monster of the Week show. So after they beat that one puppet, what's the next puppet gonna look like? I'm like, this is interesting. It's I don't know what the world is like. The pieces that they've told me and explained to me, I'm like, I guess they're just gonna say some other like they're like, okay, and then also we have 2 moons. And I'm like, okay, sure. I have.
We're just gonna throw that out there, just so you're aware. We have 2 moons. They're there. Hey.
Like, it's part of the reason why he has that laughing cures him. I'm like, okay, sure, sure. And it's like it's so weirdly absurd that I can't say like no, that's stupid. It's like it kind of holds weight, I guess. I don't have enough info to say this is wrong and stupid.
The polar pulls from way in space cause him to have seizures that only can be cured by laughter. Boy, he'd be so screwed if he had to watch a sad movie. Man, he would just be, no one was going to feel like laughing. I mean, I'm all for having characters having like, so they're not superhuman or, they have flaws in their character. That's a little much. That's a little ridiculous. At least if you're going to give a character a flaw, the point of giving a character a flaw is one, so it's intriguing with the story, but two, so that way people can relate. Because there's gonna be people who can relate to that flaw because they either have that flaw or they have something similar to it. I don't think there's anybody who has that. Not even close. People with seizures might actually like be offended by that. I mean, oh, I just no. Mm-mm. I know I knew from the get-go that I was going to be like, that one was going to be like, nope, it's too weird. It's too weird, and I am not in the right mindset for weirdness. I'm sorry. Nope, not gonna happen.
So where does this stand for me?
Lots and lots and lots of this. Pour on the ketchup, like just like uncork the whole barrel and just dump it on that thing. Just wow.
For me, I'm giving it a thumbs up because it's so absurd. It's good.
So it's one of those. It's one of those where it's so bad it reverses the thing on it. Oh God! It's so bad. It's good.
Like I have nothing to like argue against what they're telling me. They're like, yeah, I've made billions of dollars with puppets. That's why I own this company. That's why people are after me. I'm like, sure. Good job at being successful, I guess.
You are a hell of a businessman, my man. You are a hell of a businessman. Just my God. There's a puppet in everybody's house. Some of them have two.
But yeah, and if you want to go to like stuff that's like a puppet, if you go to like, what was that, Clockwork Planet? Like some of the stuff in that show, I'm like, no, that's dumb. I don't like that. But this show, it's like, sure, because I can't
Because
argue against you.
when your argument for this is sure because reasons, I lose it. I lose it.
The show is so absurd. I can't even it's so far away from reality that I can't even use reality to say no, that's stupid, because they're like, well, we got 2 moons, so that's why. I'm like, okay, I don't know what else moons affect, so I can't really come up with a reason why that's wrong. I'm like, okay, whatever, yeah. Yeah.
See, at least in like the Clockwork Planet, having puppets like that could fight would make more sense because they have things that are like biomechanical and be able to move around and do things.
That's because it makes sense. That makes sense at all.
They thought everything that could make sense and just threw it out the window.
Yep.
Can you imagine the meetings that they had on this and their design and everything? Can you imagine somebody actually making a comment like, well, how about we add in this thing of magic so that way people can actually have some reasoning behind these pups? No, get out of here. You're fired. You're making sense. Get the hell out of here.
Is the main hero too strong? We need to give him some kind of flaw. Ooh, I know. How about we give him seizures? That's a little too much. Oh, I know. Let's have him in a silly costume so when people laugh, that heals him. And I'm like, good. He's a well-balanced character now.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah. So I don't even know what I'm gonna do with this show. This is
Oh no, please, by all means, continue this one. By all means. It can only get better from here. It can only get better. Oh God.
Yeah. So
I just.
So,
oh my.
So the next show we're gonna be talking about is My Sister, My Writer.
Oh, that one.
Or a really, really long name.
Yeah, no. That is a really long name. I'll agree with you on that.
So, I guessed right. This show is just it's just like that one that we have watched.
The one where the sister was drawing the
yes, Edo Manga Sensei.
Yeah, Edo Manga Sensei.
Yeah. So basically, it's 2 siblings, and one of them likes the other, but then the other one actually doesn't know. So it's a bit different, but it's still the same. Creative professionals like each other, and they happen to be brother and sister. So,
at least it looks like the female protagonist in this one is older than Edo Manga Sensei. Edo Manga Sensei, she looked like she was
yeah. Well, I don't know.
Really young.
I think she was just so super cute that she just looked young. I want to say that everybody's 15. I think.
When in doubt, they're 15.
All anime characters are 15. It's all you don't even need to put the age. We know everybody's 15.
See, but she looks.
Yes, she looks older. Yes. She's more. Older. She's definitely more responsible and more
mature. Yeah. I mean, just the look of her, like in her attire, even not seeing her personality or whatever, I would look at that and be like, okay, yeah, you're more mature.
Yeah.
But then seeing the little bits that they had on like the trailer for that and everything, she even kind of seems like she, at least for the most part, acts more mature.
Hmm.
So I, yeah,
So,
this was the one. I remember this now. I remember this now. This is the one where after looking at the trailer when we first saw this, I said, looking at the manga titles that for this that they have at the very end, the covers for these look a little bad. Look a little bad. So I can only imagine the direction that this one goes in.
so the first episode that I've seen, I've only seen the first episode, is pretty tame compared to a lot of shows this season. It's very tame. Um,
Oh
it's
wait,
more.
wait, one sec. This actually says it's only supposed to be 10 episodes on this.
That makes sense.
Wow, that's a short one.
Yeah. Um, yeah. So the characters. Up until the last 10 minutes or so, um, I wasn't sure how I felt about the sister.
Uh,
Um, because she was very, very, very serious, and she was like treating him like she's his mom. And she's like, he wakes up and he's like, "Did you brush your teeth? Why you eating breakfast not brush your teeth?" He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And he's like, "Go brush your teeth." And he's like, "Okay," and he goes brush his teeth. And she's like, "Your tie's crooked." And she's like, just nag, 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 nag. I'm like, oh my God, I want to watch something else. This is a little much. And she's like cooking breakfast and cleaning up the house and all that kind of stuff. And she's like, "Oh, were you up late again writing your stories?" And he's like, "Yeah, I got a deadline coming up, so I was doing that." And he gets when he comes home, he gets a mail that's like, or no, he gets an email on the way to school for the results of the contest that he entered, and they're like, "Sorry, your characters are too cliche, and like this and this and that about the story, so um, they didn't win." She's like, "Crap," and he's like, kind of sad at school. And he gets home and he's like, "Oh, let me check this other contest that I entered." And he like went and looked at the results and he's like, "Oh, this," and he like looks at a bit of the story and he's like, "Oh my God, this is so good. This is crazy. Like the characters like this and he's like this and like oh my God, the female like protagonist is like so adorable, blah blah blah." And then his sister like knocks on his door and she's like, "We need to talk." And I'm like, "Oh God." He basically she um like he thinks that she's never been in his room, and he lets her in and she's like, "Oh," like under her breath she's like, "Oh, you cleaned it up a little bit." And then he sat down and he's like, "Huh?" And then she's like, "Oh yeah, we need to talk about something." He's like, "Did you say something about being clean?" And he's like, "You just came and sat on my bed like this is a normal thing. You've never been in my room." And she's like, "Yeah, we need to talk." And then he's like, "Okay, whatever." And then she like basically, you know how you're writing all these stories and all that kind of stuff, and then she's like, "Yeah, I decided to write one too." And he's like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, and I won." And he's like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, I won that contest that you're looking at. I won it." And he's like, "What?" So she's like, "I can't go to the ceremony because one, I'm on the student council and they forbid us to have part-time jobs. Two, Dad will not allow this." Um, and he's like, "Yeah, he is kind of a doting father. He doesn't want you to get into all that kind of stuff." And she's like, "I think those are the two main reasons." And then he's like, "So what are you gonna do about this?" He's like, "Oh, I know. How about we work together and try to figure something out?" She's like, "No, shit. I already have an idea. You take my spot and just like claim all, everything that comes from my stories." And he's like, "What? Why would I'm trying to do this myself?" And he's like, "No, just just for now because I don't know what else. She's like, please, and he's like, okay. He's like, fine. Until my stories actually make it, I'll take your spot in any contest that you win or something like that. So he goes over that. So then he's like, okay, cool. So let me look over. Oh, so he before she like I don't know when she first tells him he doesn't believe it, and she hands him like a stack of paper that like is the story and then, like all the titles and everything match, and she says a few things that kind of hint like this is me telling you that I want you to do this, but then also this is my confession. And he's like, you didn't write this story. Like he's just completely missing half of it.
Mm-hmm.
So after he goes to accept the award and everything, he's like super nervous because this is like his dream, and he's like going through this situation even though it's not like his stuff that he's winning. Mm-hmm. And he ends up meeting her editor, and of course the editor's all like dangy. And I'm like, okay, well, I didn't see see anything like this coming in the story, but it's anime, so of course it's gonna be there. And then she starts like like describing certain aspects of the story, and she's like, "Oh, you're a virgin, aren't you?" And it's like, I'm like, "Oh my god!"
No, wait. Is that so? Is the character that's his the one that was saying that, which I'm saying it was her editor, or whatever? Is that the blonde haired chick?
No. Does Annie try to have a new image?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, they're not. They're same image. I'm looking at the characters on AnyChart though.
Oh, okay. No. You'll meet her in a few seconds. So, yeah. So the editor, yeah. So she starts asking him all these weird personal questions, and he's like freaking out. And then she's like, "Oh, okay. So I'm gonna show you something." She like grabs his hand, and she's like, "Here, boom. This is what a woman's breast feels like." And he's like, "Whoa!" And she's like, "This will help you in your stories. If you need anything else, just let me know." I'm like, what in the world is happening? Okay. You just like assaulted him, but okay.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, and then she's like, "Oh yeah, I gotta go talk to these people over here." And she like leaves, and then another girl comes up, which is the blonde girl, and she's like, "Hello, nice to meet you, Des." Which you're like, "Oh, okay, this is the foreigner," because somehow in all anime like that, foreigners say "Des" after everything. And she's also voluptuous, and like she like grabs his hand and like runs it up the center of her chest for no reason. And
so, just as a point of reference, I mentioned this because I was looking at them while you were talking, and do you happen to know the name of that one you just described?
My Sister, My Writer?
No. The name of the character, the one you just described.
The foreigner?
Yeah.
I know.
do me a favor, go to AnyList and look at that and look at the name of that character. I really want to know if they did that on purpose.
Okay. Yeah, she does that, and then the editor calls her over for her to meet some other people, and then the thing's over. And I'm like, they didn't even show him like accepting the award or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Peace Sensei?
First name.
I clicked on it. Ahegao.
Yeah. About that. If you were to look up that name, It means something very interesting.
Oh my god.
Did you look it up?
Um.
I'm like,
Oh my.
did they do that on
Really?
purpose? Did they do that on purpose?
What the hell?
I don't know why they would name the character that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let y'all look that up yourselves. What the hell?
But then you describing what she did, I was like,
Wait.
oh my god. Oh jeez.
So yeah. Up until that scene, the first episode was really tame. And then they're like, nah, this is anime. And then they went back to normal. And I was like, what was that all about? Anyway.
I like the fact that that was the foreigner too. Like, wow, what do you guys think about us? Apparently, oh, good
um,
lord.
yeah, so he gets back and he's like exhausted, of course,
Mm-hmm.
going through all of that. And he hands her the certificate and like goes upstairs, and then she like looks at it, and then she like jumps on her bed and is like, like kicking her feet and everything. She's like, I'm so happy. Like the whole world will know my love of my brother. And it's like, maybe now that the whole world will know the story, maybe people won't people will be okay with it. And I'm like, wait a minute. He still doesn't even know. And where's that whole where's the whole thing that all these shows say? They're like, oh, we're not blood related. I'm like, y'all haven't said that yet. So,
Oh wait, I was reading the synopsis for it. She's actually probably about the same age as that other one. She just looks more mature. They say third year middle school.
yeah, 15.
I
Yeah,
mean, the other one probably was like maybe you're somewhere around that, maybe a little bit younger, but probably about the same age.
yeah.
Oh God,
So,
these animes, I just oh good lord.
yeah. So, I don't know what I think about this series. As far as the characters go, I I kind of like the main girl, but they haven't given me that clause yet. So I'm like, no, this is still not okay. And then even if you do get that clause, I'm like, y'all are just making all these technicalities to make this thing be okay. So yeah.
See, there's a reason why I stopped watching some of these. Cause yeah.
So Oremo, seasons 1 and 2. I absolutely loved that show. The characters were amazing. Edo Manga Sensei, the main girl was like unreasonably adorable. And they're like, because it's so adorable, we can like get a little etchy with it. Ha ha ha. And I'm like, stop. And then she'll start dancing, like la la la. And I'm like, okay, you're cute. And then the story would just move along. And I'm like, this is like they don't even focus on the whole brother and sister aspect. They're just like, look at all these cute girls doing all these like weird things, but it's not too far. And I'm like, that's the thing about that show. This show is like, hey, she loves her brother. He has a very, very weird editor and coworker now. And because he decided to take her place, he's going to have to interact with them a lot. So, be prepared. So, for me, I want to say this show needs more Ketchup. I need that clause. To be like, nope, they're not related by blood. I need some other conflict. Because if the only conflict oh no, it's neon green. Yeah. So if the only conflict is his hijinks with the editor and the new artist, then I'm not interested. Like, I was always interested in the dynamic between the two main characters. So because that clause is there, that's one thing that I'm like, y'all gotta at least say it. Or somebody else has to say it about y'all, something. And then I need more characters. I don't like the other two that they've introduced. So so far I'm not up.
Can't imagine why. I can't imagine why.
So yeah. Yeah, I'm not continuing this one right now because yeah, they're not doing a good job yet. So the next show we're going to be talking about is Radiant.
I was a little interested in this one, so I'm curious what you have to say about it.
This is Naruto.
Okay. I don't see anything about ninjas in the description of that, so.
No, this is Naruto if they were mages. So, I've only seen the first episode.
Uh-huh.
As far as the characters go, they have very unique looks. I love the character designs on all of these characters. The way the world is built is there are two types of people. There are the regular humans, and then the humans that can control magic, which are, I think they called her a witch. So there's like witches and warlocks, or it may be a completely different name. I can't remember. But yeah, the people with magic. Yes. So yeah. In this world, there are also monsters, and the monsters cause tons and tons of devastation. The monster usually comes flying out of the sky as a giant striped zebra egg looking thing, like a meteor. It smashes wherever it lands. The monster pops out and just starts destroying everything around it. The main guy, Naruto, is a loud, rambunctious character that's always causing trouble. And his grandmother, the lady with the fro, is always yelling at him and trying to get him to calm down and basically stop destroying the village that they live above. They're either directly above or off to the side of this one village, and they live in this little shack that's floating in the sky. And he has a friend that lives in the city or village, and he's always trying to impress him by oh look, I can shoot fire. Watch this. And sets crops on fire. And then the village is like, we gotta put this out. And the grandmother comes, puts it out, and they're like, you need to keep your kid away, blah blah blah. And then he's like, okay, cool. And he's like, oh, I stole another book from my grandmother. Guess what I can do? Nothing happening. Okay. Nothing's happening. Okay, I know. I'm gonna use my power that I know I have, and then I'm gonna try something. And he's like, and like uppercuts this boulder. And you're like, ha! Look at that. And I'm like,
Where's that boulder gonna land? What comes up must come down.
it hits a barn house. And these spotted elephant cow things beeline through the forest directly at the main characters, but you're like, they can't even see him. Why are they running directly at him? Because of anime. So they come tearing through the forest, and then he's like, it's like, what's that noise? They're like, oh no, the animals are loose, whatever they are. And they start chasing him through the village, smashing up shop after shop after shop. The grandmother is in another part of the village. Oh no, she's like ahead of them. Like they're heading directly for her. And she's like, do y'all have any like, I don't know, roots of this and some of this? And they're like, no, witch. We ain't got nothing. We're closed. Get out of here. And she's like, I can see it on the shelf back there. Could you just give me some? I have money here. And they're like, no, you're a witch. And she's like, just give me the stuff. And he's like, okay. And like sells it to her. And then as she's leaving, the stampede comes by. And like, of course, he's like, running for his life. And then out the side of his eye, his grandmother's like slowly turning her head. And she's like, so he starts running faster. She chases after them and then stacks the animals in like this weird grid. I don't know why. But she stops the ruckus, yells at him, and then like the villagers are like, you need to stop. He burnt down this and he did this. You need to stop him from coming around here. And like the little kid that was with him, he's like, I don't remember his name. Steven! I told you not to talk with people like that, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, so there's this weird divide between the people who have magic and people who don't. This little kid's causing more trouble than he needs to. And there's not much else that I'm like, I don't know. It's like I'm right now following the wrong people. And I'm like, okay, this show's losing me. So then they go home and she starts like scolding him, puts him under a punishment, kind of like slowly starts talking more and more about like why he needs to calm down, explaining a bit of the backstory. So I'm like, okay, you're getting me back in. And then the next day, he's with that same kid again. And yeah, he's with the same kid again, and he's about to cause more trouble. And I'm like, what are you doing? Do you not? You are hard-headed. Oh my God. So he doesn't do anything, and they finish whatever they were doing. They start walking down the middle of the village. Oh no, that's what it is. He's about to do something, and then they see in the sky that's like this comet about to like hit the village, and they're like, "What is that?" And they start running towards it, and it's the zebra egg. It lands in the middle of the city, and instead of him going directly to it, he goes up to his house and grabs a bunch of junk. He grabs like a magic wand and some wings and some other weird stuff. And it's like, I'm ready to fight. And I'm like, do you even know how to use any of those? You're like, people have used a bat before. People have used a magic wand before. People have used a magic stick before. I'm going to grab all of them and maybe I can figure out how to use one, I guess, is his thinking.
Fair enough.
So he jumps down and everybody sees like this giant egg has landed there and they're like, what is this? This is strange. I've never seen one of these before. The egg is the size of like a 2-story house. So I'm like, guys.
That doesn't seem good.
No. I'm like, guys, do y'all not know about monsters? I can already tell that this is a monster. So and they're like, huh. And everybody starts gathering around and he lands on it and he's like, I'll save you guys. And they're like, no, you get out of here. You're going to make it worse. And then they're like, go do something else. And then like the little kid's like, we need to evacuate before it cracks or it hatches. And they're like, this thing's, have you ever seen stripes like that? And I'm like, why does nobody listen to this kid? So the guy's friend, he's like trying to get everybody to leave and nobody's leaving. And then the dummy is on top of the thing. And he's like, ha, I'll get us out of here. And then it cracks and starts to hatch. And then this monster pops out. And I'm like, it doesn't look threatening because it has like limited features, but I'm pretty sure that thing's super strong and he's going to destroy half this town. So everybody should get out of here. Like the other little kid has been saying. So it hatches, then everybody's like, oh, no, run for your lives. And they like back up some. And then
run for your lives. Take 10 feet, take 10 steps back. All right, now let's see what happens.
So the dummy, he jumps out and starts to try to fight. And the thing just like slams him into a building. And then like, well, I'm done with that. And starts looking around and starts seeing them. And then slowly starts lumbering towards them. And they kind of scatter a bit. I don't know what's wrong with these villagers.
They're slowly listing to the left. Oh, they have moves.
And he's like, no, I gotta save the. He's like, oh, I gotta save the people. So he pulls himself out of the debris. Like he was wedged really far in there, and he gets out and like tries to attack him, and then it like knocks him down again. Oh no, that's what it is. The kid, he's trying to get everybody back, and then he's also worried about his friend. So he like starts running towards the dummy. He's like, I'll help you. And I'm like, what are you gonna do, little kid? Why are you completely doing the opposite of what you were telling everybody else before? I'm like, he's a mage. He'll be fine. Trying to get everybody else to go. And then he's like, no. And then he like stops. And the thing's like, raw, smash. And you're like, oh no, he's dead. No, he's not. The guy jumps under and like caught the hand. And he's like, get out of here. And he's like, but what about you? And he's like, get out of here. And then
damn it, kid, you're the only one with any sense in this town. Don't lose it now.
So he runs off and the thing smashes him into the ground. And then all of a sudden, more mages show up. And like it pans up to like just muscular guy. And I'm like, oh, it's All Might. And then it's this old guy with a beard. And I'm like, oh, it's All Might's dad. And then the episode ends. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do with this series. If we leave this village and follow these new people, then maybe.
Gotcha.
But there's not like, yeah, I don't know. This for me, this show needs a bit more Ketchup. I need to leave this village, and we need to see. I want to know these other mages. I want to be surrounded by mages, not dumb villagers. Because, yeah. But I'm kind of gonna miss the one villager that had some sense. Like it'd be kind of cool if like, I don't know, like he was some kind of like orphan and he actually has powers and he doesn't know it yet. So then it activates and then he gets to follow everybody, or maybe they'll just leave him behind. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Or maybe, yeah, I don't know. It's like those like I hate the main character because he's obnoxious. I like the one villager kid, and then I'm very curious about the other people and to see what their powers are. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm that. Yeah, this is compared to a lot of the other shows this season. I'm like, nah, but it was an interesting first episode. At the end, mm-hmm. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Monster of the Week, and yeah. That was great.
That's kind of disappointing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like as soon as the episode started, I knew it wasn't going to be what I thought it was. Because I saw the trailer and it was like islands in the sky, and then I saw the silhouettes of the characters, and I'm like, oh my god, this is going to be amazing. And then I saw the first scene, and I'm like, oh no, this looks like Naruto. And I'm like, crap, this is gonna be a Monster of the Week shonen type series, which can be good, but it wasn't what I was expecting, and it's not as good as some of the other stuff this season.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh well. Next show we're gonna be talking about is Release the Spice. So, as this episode goes on, there's gonna be a trend.
Which is?
The trend is, this is kind of cool. This is awesome. This is very weird. I don't like this show. 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 And, oh my God, these shows are amazing. This show is another discount version of another show. Release the Spice. It's about girls who fight crime at night with the power of spices. I don't know why yet, but whenever things are going down and they need to like pull out some strength or some special powers to fight, they all take the spice of their choice and bite it, and then their eyes all light up and they get superpowers, and then they save the day.
Are we sure that this is spice?
One of the girls has a mint leaf, and she's like, and the other girl has a cinnamon stick. And okay. And then there's 5 of them, and I don't know what the other 5 spices are because that seems so quick, and I just couldn't be bothered to go back because I don't care.
Oh my goodness.
So, I've seen one episode, and it was pretty Monster of the Week. And I think the show is all female characters except maybe a few. So you have the main girl, which the main girl is the girl at the bottom of the picture. She is not part of the team yet because that's the order that it's supposed to go in. She has a very powerful tongue.
I was like, what? Does she have ultimate spice?
She's all spice.
I don't have one spice. I have multiple spices. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it's it's I don't know. It's very weird. So
is it the Monster of the Week or is it the Spice of the Week? Oh, Jesus.
All right.
Oh, Jesus.
Come on, guys.
Anyways.
All right, one second.
Just let it go.
All
Ain't
right.
doing it.
All right. Cool. All right. So, yeah, she has this weird power that if she if she licks somebody, she can like figure stuff out about it.
Wow. Oh, jeez.
Later on in the series, she ends up meeting the girls that are in this like squad, and they they notice her because she's making a few comments about what she saw that night when they were like saving the day, and they they overhear her, and because of that, they like befriend her so they can find out like if she is how much she knows, because they're like trying to protect their identity and stuff like that. And they invite her to lunch, and they start to get to know her and all that kind of stuff. And when one of them is talking to her, she like leans in and like licks their neck, and I'm like, "Whoa, what are you doing?" And then she's like,
God.
"Oh, you're like you have muscle soreness, right?" And they're like, "What are you talking about?" They're like, "It's like, I don't know." She like freaks out because one, some stranger just licked her, and then two, she like knows that she's sore from something, and then
God.
they're not really freaked out because they like come across a bunch of weird stuff all the time, but they are a little weary of her. And then they're like, "Well, why did you do that?" And she's like, "Oh, I have like a special tongue." And I'm like, "Yeah."
That doesn't give you permission.
No, it doesn't give you permission. Why are you phrasing it like that? It's okay.
It's a special. It's like, oh,
Yeah, so
God.
I'm like, okay. So I'm like, this is gonna be weird. I don't know how many times she's gonna say that, how many innuendos she's gonna be throwing across, but this is very, very weird. So yeah, so the other girls, they have the power of different spices. I don't know why. They haven't explained that yet. I'm pretty sure in episode 2 they're gonna take her to their like the head of their organization and all that kind of stuff and show them their base and like explain what kind of spice they need and like how she'll like, I don't know, do like a taste test and be like, "Ooh, how about cumin? Can you punch through a wall now? No, you can't. Okay. Okay. How about this spice?" And like they're gonna, I don't know what they're gonna do, but I could just sense this
By
weird.
your spices combined, I am Captain Spice Rack.
It's gonna be really, really weird. So yeah, so I'm like, okay, well, this is very, very different than Princess Principal, because Princess Principal was the cutely designed female spy team that were like really strong just because they were strong, and they're stealthy, and they had steampunk technology. So they had this super fast like hearse looking car, and one of them had that anti-gravity ball, and then one of them was a ninja, so she was just like super stealth, super strong. She had a sword. She was like really capable with different weapons. And I'm like, that's just them as a person. They're just really highly trained soldiers. In this show, it seems like it's just a bunch of high school girls that somehow get superpowers if they like take a bite of their spice of choice. I don't really know.
Man, I would hate to go to a restaurant with. Don't order that. It has mint in it. Seriously. We don't need you like destroying the table by accident because you had mint.
It's,
Oh god.
it's like,
Cinnamon girl be like, don't ever go to any Christmas parties. They're gonna have some cinnamon drinks there. Just don't do it. Don't
it's
do
like
it.
I can't have cinnamon rolls. I can't have I can't have big red gum. I can't have many things.
Can you imagine her walking up to a Cinnabon and
It's like as soon as she like, I'm like, they're like, oh, you can't have cinnamon because of an allergy. They're like, no, I get super strength and I'm gonna break something. Oh, so you have to hold. They're like, basically, it,
oh,
I don't, I don't know. They like that whole aspect of the show kind of like threw me for a loop. So
it's too funny.
yeah, it's
Oh god.
yeah. So in the first episode, the first monster of the week, is basically the main girl that's not part of the group yet. Her father is a police officer, her grandfather is a police officer, and she wants to be a police officer. One, because she has very good deductive reasoning, so she's like a really good detective. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. And then two, that tongue thing. Um, you know, she's like either the drug detector, like, oh, this is cocaine, or
Don't lick the crime scene. Sir,
like,
we found DNA at the crime scene. Wait, was it drool? Yeah, don't worry about it. Just ignore that.
we don't have to send this off to the lab. Just go get what's her name.
She can lick it.
Uh, I'm like, okay. Um, so she kind of wants to be a police officer like her father, and she knows this one lady that she looks up to, and she's actually a police officer. So she, I think after school, she talked to her or something like that, and then she's like, "Oh, do you want to do something?" And she's like, "Oh, I have to do one more thing on this one case, and then I'll meet you or I'll text you or whatever." And hours pass, and she hasn't heard a message from that girl, or the woman, the police officer, and she starts thinking of different things. And then she's like, well, she said she was going over here, so maybe I'll swing by to just make sure that she's running late or something like that. So she gets on her bike and like goes across the city and to this it looks like that dock area where those giant container crates are.
Mm-hmm.
And so she ends up going there and starts like looking around and all that kind of stuff. And then she ends up seeing a crowd of people. And it's this gang of people and the police woman like tied up and they're like talking to her. And then I look around and what does she do? Called the police, and then she runs out and starts taking a bunch of pictures of everybody. And she's like, "Ha! I have all of you guys' faces, and I just called the police. Y'all better run." And then this big, muscular woman is like, "I'll see about that," and like starts running after her. And she's like, but I called the police." And then she like snatches her phone. And it's like, there goes those pictures. And then me, I'm like, but she has a Google phone, so all those pictures got saved to Google Drive. So,
Go figure, you would add actual realism into a non-realistic situation.
so
Oh god.
like the other guy started chasing her, and then this other like girl this character with a mohawk, and I'm like, is that a woman? I'm like, that first big woman is a woman, and then it's all police women, and then the main characters are girls, and that team's. I'm like, is this a show of all female characters other than like the dad that's not that they mentioned? I'm like,
watch,
okay.
watch the dad have had a sex change.
Oh god. Oh god, it's in Backstreet Girls. So
Oh god.
so yeah, so then oh, she's about to get hurt by the by the female gang, and then all of a sudden the that team of girls show up and like save the day. Um, and she's all like, "How did you find me?" And they're like, "Oh, well, when we met you in that cafe and we were talking to you, and you licked me." She she
And
uh,
oh.
yeah, so she like, yeah, when we were at the cafe and we were talking and everything, I slipped this little guy in your pocket, and like a frog pops out wearing like little microphone, and he's all like, so I'm like, what? And he's like, hold up the microphone, and be like, yeah, I did good. He doesn't talk, but he's like, yeah, I did a good job, right? Uh-huh. And I'm like, you proud little cute frog. I don't know what your purpose is in this show other than being like a bug or something like that, but you're like really proud of that. So that's interesting. Um,
She must have not had very good deductive reasoning at the fact that she had a frog, even a tiny one, in her pocket and didn't notice
yeah,
at
it's.
all.
And I'm like, don't frogs have to need to stay hydrated? Like,
Yeah, to an extent.
yeah. So I was like, okay, well, I don't even, oh, I already applied Google Drive to it, so I'm not gonna nitpick. But yeah. So it was yeah, I think that the police came and everything, and then they're like, "Oh, let's save the day," and then I think the episode was over. I can't remember what much else that happened after that, but after it was over, I'm like, "This is not." I was excited because it reminded me of Princess Principal, but Princess Principal had like a solid story. Like there was a war going on in the background. Some of the characters were affected by it in certain ways. Some nations weren't really talking to each other. So one of the characters was like in this one nation and didn't really want to get found out because they'll deport her. It's like I don't know. I don't know what this world is. Like they did not build it at all. This episode, all they did is confuse me. I'm like, oh, so spices give you
So,
superpowers?
so,
Okay.
so, basically, what you're saying is it, despite what the title is and what they use, it wasn't very spicy.
Nah. Bland at first episode.
They need to add a little more spice.
Yeah. Much less adding ketchup. They need to add a lot more spice.
Oh god.
But yeah, so let's release the spice. It could have been better. They need it. I don't know. It's like in episode 2, I'm pretty sure they're gonna explain the whole tongue thing, and they're gonna explain why the spices give them powers, and they may.
I don't think there's a good reason for it. You can't make that shit up. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
yeah, it's gonna be I don't know interesting to say.
Anyways, I am really, really interested to see what you have to say about this next one. So, so interested to see what you have to say about this next one.
So the next show we're gonna be talking about is Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai.
Oh, jeez.
Uh,
So, what's this whole puberty syndrome about? Oh.
so they call it something else in the show.
Uh-huh. But it equates to the same thing?
Um, so I'm not really sure what all these syndromes are because they have Chunibyo, which is a syndrome, and then whatever they call it in the show, I think it starts with an A. It's like they're like big word syndrome. Uh-huh. You big word syndrome too. Uh-huh, me too. And I'm like, what are y'all talking about?
The syndrome that causes you to see bunny girls.
it's,
Oh, God.
so I've only watched one episode, and it's actually a very good show. This is one of the shows that I'm going to continue, not for the reasons you're thinking. It's a very well grounded show, even though it has like a few weird aspects about it.
A few?
So, basically, the girl that's in the bunny outfit, she is a child actress. I'd say probably 10 or so years ago, she was like at the height of her fame. Like she was in a commercial, and then because of that commercial, she got a big break and was in a long running drama. And then after that drama series was over, she was doing a few things here and there. And at a certain point, she got sick of the fame because everybody was like, "Oh, you are the my blah blah blah," or whatever her last name is, and she was just tired of the fame. So she ended up stopping. She stopped taking new jobs, and she tried her best to like just get out of the spotlight. So there were a few things that she couldn't get out of. Like there were shows that were like season 1's done, but now season 2's coming, so you have to be in it. And contracts and stuff like that she couldn't really break. And then now she's kind of like done with all of that, and she's just living a regular life like she wanted. The one side effect of that is because she's not in the limelight anymore, some people can't see her or hear her. Her existence is basically like wiped from some people's memories.
What?
Yeah.
Did they explain why?
I think it's called adolescent syndrome or puberty syndrome, whatever that syndrome is. They basically say the reason why this is happening is because of that syndrome.
So if you become somebody famous, you don't even have to be famous.
No, that syndrome attacks you whenever you are in the ages of where you hit puberty or adolescence or whatever it's called. So at a certain age range, it's like, I guess most people get hit. Some people get hit with it, and the side effects range from some people can't see you or other things like some of the other characters have. So she basically, yeah. So her syndrome is like her presence is like vanishing. So one time, like there's this her favorite what is it? Her favorite like pastry restaurant, like something with bread. Bakery, I guess. Her favorite bakery basically has this one thing, a cream puff thing that she likes. And one time she tried to go order one, and she's like, "Oh, can I have one of those?" And then the lady was just still prepping and doing whatever she was doing. And she's like, "Excuse me, can I have one of those?" And like nobody, like she couldn't hear anything. And then somebody else walked up and like, "Oh, can I have one of those things?" She's like, "Oh, sure," and like handed it to her. So she kind of thought that the lady was rude at first, but then it kept happening at different places. And like people would just walk into her, and one, not feel that they walked into somebody, but then two, not turn back, like they just keep walking. So she basically noticed that her presence is disappearing. So instead of being like, I'm pretty sure she got like super depressed at first, but then she's like, "Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. In places where I know that nobody can see me, I'm gonna get a bunny girl outfit and just walk around and do whatever I want because nobody can see me." So
okay.
So I don't know why, but there's a guy main character, and he also has gone through the syndrome. Basically, what happened with him is one day he woke up and there's this giant like bear slash across his chest, like he just pissed off a bear, and he woke up covered in blood and went to the hospital, got all patched up and everything, but he still has that like giant claws gashes across his chest. Because because of that incident, I can't remember if it happened at school or what, but because of that incident, there's this rumor going around school about called the hospital incident, and everybody's kind of like avoiding him. And they're like, "Oh, you don't want to deal with him because you know about the hospital incident, right?"
They look at him like the problem child kind of thing.
Yeah. So he's kind of like an outcast. He's like just a loner, does whatever he wants. He's rude as hell to some people. I'm like, Jesus. But he has this one friend that I don't know if that friend has anything wrong with him yet, but or any kind of like things, weird quirks or anything. But they were, what was it? Yeah, so he was at the library when the girl was like, "Oh, I feel like being a bunny girl today." And like just goes in the library, starts walking around, like looking at what people are reading, like. And then,
I guess if you have something that does that to you, that causes that, I mean, you would start to kind of like have fun with it, I guess.
yeah. So, um, so the guy, he's just like, "Oh, I need to go to the library for something," and then walks in and sees a girl walking around in a bunny suit, and he's like, am I awake?" Why do I see a hot girl in a bunny outfit? And then like she's like, he's watching her because he sees her like checking everybody out. So he's kind of like, what is she doing? And she like walks closer to him, and then she sees him like staring dead at her, and she's like, "So you can see me, right?" And he's like, "Yep." And she's like, "Okay, don't tell anybody about this." And then he's kind of like, "Why are you?" He's like, "Okay, bye." And she like leaves. And I'm like, "You didn't. He didn't agree to the promise. So you gonna tell people. You need to. You should have like shook on it or something." So the next morning, he's on the bus with his friend, and he's like, "What do you think about bunny outfits?" And like, his friend's like, "I don't really like them." And then he's like, "You love them, don't you?" He's like, "Yeah, I love them." I'm like, y'all are like so just talking about stuff like it's not embarrassing. I'm like, okay, whatever. So he meets up with his friend, talks with them for a little bit, and then like, oh no, they're walking to school, and then his friend's girlfriend like kind of like bumps in between them and like grabs his arm, and she turns around, she's like, man, and then like they walk off, and then it cuts to later on, and he's eating lunch by himself, and his girlfriend like walks up to him, and his friend's girlfriend walks up to him, and she's like, "I need you to stop talking to my boyfriend." And I'm like, what is this? And then he's like, why? Because you think like, he's like, I can talk to whoever I want. And she's like, well, you have a bad reputation, and if you talk to my boyfriend, he'll get a bad reputation. And then he's like, and then that'll lower your reputation, right? And then she's like, stop talking about boyfriend. And he's like, what are you on your period? And I'm like, Jesus, like, calm down. She's just being a little brat. Like,
you know what? In that sense, I can't necessarily blame him. I mean,
yeah, I'm like, that's why nobody talks to you. So, and then she kind of like walks over, like, you and your hospital incident. Like I already keep mentioning that, but nobody like explains what it is. So then, he meets up with, and then the girl, she also says, don't talk to me at school whenever she like walks off. And he sees the girl and like walks right up to her. He's like, hey, how you doing? And she's like, I told you not to talk to me. And he's like, well, you didn't promise. We didn't shake on it or anything. So he's like, so how you doing? And then he starts talking with her. And yeah, they're slowly starting to become friends. So I'm like, okay, two people who have that like some kind of weird thing that nobody else knows about. and then they meet up again after school. She's at the truck station. She's at the train station, and then two people recognize her, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's so and so," and they're like behind her, like taking a picture. And I'm like, "Why don't you like, hey, aren't you so and so? Oh, I love your work. Like, why like be way back and like, oh, that's so and so." Yeah.
Why be creepy about it?
Yeah. So the main guy sees that and he like steps in the way of the picture and he's like, "Hey, why are you blocking the picture?" And he's like, "Hey, why are you taking a picture like a creep?" And then he's like about to fight, but then the girlfriend's like, get away from him. And they like walk off. And I'm like, that's how you be a creep and not be the jerk. Like that's how you be mean to people but not be a jerk. Like it's kind of cool. I'm slowly warming up to him because I'm like, he was rude. Like, yeah, it was kind of deserved, but like, God. And he walks up to the girl and like she has earbuds in, but she takes them off. She's like, "Thank you." I'm like, "Oh, so you just putting in earbuds and like not actually playing music? You're just doing that so people won't approach you?" I'm like, that's probably why people are taking pictures of you from afar because I don't know, they can just sense this vibe, I guess. So I'm like, okay, I don't know. Everybody has this little like weird quirks in their personality, and I'm trying to figure it out. And then he says something, and he's like, "I want to show you something." And then so they end up going to his apartment, and he explains that he had like he basically explains the reason behind the whole hospital incident, and that's like scar. And he's like, "This is what happened to me. I have a scar, and I woke up with blood, blah blah, hospital, blah blah blah." So I'm like, okay. And then she's like, "What are you talking about?" So then he starts like unbuttoning his shirt, and she's like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! What are you doing?" And he's like, just finishing, like not just ignoring her, and he's like, "Look," and then she's like, "Oh, whoa!" I'm like, she's so, I'm like moody. So then he was like, "Do you want to touch it?" And he's like, "Ooh, can I?" And I'm like, guys. You know, like high school students like going to his apartment, but like people are gonna talk. It's this so weird thing.
Can you imagine the conversation afterwards if someone happened to walk by, if they were like the next day, "Oh yeah, and I touched it too."
So,
oh god.
So she walks up to him and she's like, "Okay," and then he's like, "Uh." I'm like, "Whoa, is he like ticklish or something?" And then she's like, "Stop being weird." And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, it just tickled." And then she's like, "Okay." And then he's like, "Ah." And then she like grabs, she like punched him. She like cut it out. I'm over here like, okay, like he did this on purpose. He has to be. So,
oh god.
Okay, I'm really really liking this show. And I want to say I don't remember the rest of the episode, but the parts that I remember are like enough to where I'm like, okay. His sister has some kind of issue too, where I think what was it? Yeah, something happened, and then she started getting bullied online, and people were all like, "Die, die," and all that kind of stuff. And then she went to her brother, and then all these cuts just started appearing on her body. And then they ended up like bandaging her up and everything, except every time she went on social media or went on the internet and saw like negative stuff like that pointing towards her, she just started like getting cuts and wounds and stuff like that. So she just basically, yeah, it was. I was like, what the hell? So yeah, she basically just cut off all internet and she barely watches TV. She's just like stays home, doesn't go to school or anything, and just kind of like shuts herself off from the world. And she's kind of weary.
So well, that's sad.
Yeah, so she's kind of weary about talking with strangers, but like you said, she busted into the room whenever she was like messing with the scars, and then she's like, "Ah, Anisha, blah blah." Oh. Oh, like
Oh, jeez.
backs out of the room and he's like, no, 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 no. This is just somebody from school, and she wanted to know about the scars and blah blah blah. And she's like, oh, okay. And then she like kind of like hides behind the door, and she said, it's nice to meet you. And he's like, and he's like, keeps like wording what she says because now that she knows that there's somebody that she doesn't know talking, like she can't speak properly and
Mm.
like pulls away. So I was like, oh, okay. Like you said, that's like sad how things happen, but it's something that I've never seen in a character. So I'm like, this is very, very cool.
Yeah, I could see that.
And I'm kind of curious, like, what his friend went through.
Mm-hmm.
Is his friend, like, apparently his friend is like, as far as social standing at school, everything's great. Girls want to date him. The girls are like worried about his reputation dropping and all that kind of stuff. So he seems like above the social line. And I'm kind of curious if he has like some kind of secret that nobody knows or only maybe his friend knows. And I'm just
Mm-hmm.
curious. And then like the girlfriend, I'm like, is she just a jerk or does she have like any kind of redeeming qualities or something like that? So I'm like, as far as the show goes, they built a very interesting world. Um, I'm kind of curious what other syndromes are out there, and every character that I've seen, I'm like, okay, well, I'd like to learn more about you. Like, do you have a syndrome? Like, do you know somebody who's had one? Um, it's very, very interesting.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, that costume is weird. Because they just spring it on you. Like you're following him talking with his friend and all that kind of stuff. And then you walk into the library and then there's a girl just walking around like being weird.
And a bunny girl outfit.
Yeah, and like as
Oh,
soon as he
God.
sees her, he's like, "What the?" And then this old lady librarian behind him is all like, "Shh." And I'm like, "Hey, he just said what under like very quietly. He's not yelling like little mean woman."
It's like I probably would have yelled, "What the?"
So yeah, it's I like it. I like it a lot. The show's good.
Fair enough. Now I know the next one. We had quite an interesting discussion when we first saw this one,
Mhm.
and the yeah, kind of almost as interesting as the bunny girl one about what to expect about this because this is space fishing.
Yeah. So next show we're gonna talk about is Sonato Umi no Aida, or the space between the sky and the sea.
Otherwise known as space fishing. So
Yeah.
does it live up to the hype of space fishing?
I hate so many characters in this show. They're just mean just to be mean. Just because they're like a little bit better at what they've been trained to do compared to people who have no training.
Just because they're a little bit better at space fishing.
It's yeah.
Uh,
So I've only seen one episode, and um, the way this world is set up is all of the fish in the on Earth they're gone,
mm-hmm.
and people love fish. So what they decided to do is create these orbs in space with a gravity field. So it's like a big water planet kind of thing. And in those artificial space oceans that they made, um, fish live there. And I don't really know why they say it's space fishing, because all I've seen so far, there may be peaceful ones, but all I've seen so far is that as soon as you go out in the water, there's these giant fish, all the sea life in the water, all the sea life there is trying to kill you. So you come out in these like little space submarine pod things that have arms and legs and weapons, and you try not to die, and then you come back.
Wow. I was gonna ask, did they explain the reason why it had to be in space? But I guess if these fish are so hostile that they are going to immediately try and kill and attack you the second you actually get on their world, I guess, I can see why you wouldn't want that on Earth. I can see why.
Yeah. So I can't remember if this. It seems like every main girl in these shows have like some kind of special power. So you have the main girl.
We're talking about the blue-haired, gothic-looking one.
No, the one in the red jacket.
Oh, you said girl, and immediately I didn't even think that was one.
I didn't think so until I couldn't find the main girl, and then I looked over and I'm like, oh yeah, that's her.
Gotcha.
So I guess there's this program that high schoolers can go to where they become space fishermen, and there's this weird like kind of sexist thing where it's like the men did it first, and now later on they allow the women to do it. And the it's like there's this two girls. I think one's the gothic looking girl, and then another the blonde girl or something like that. Yeah, those two. The two characters that have a bit more personality than the other two. There's two that are kind of like just sitting there on the rail, and then there's one that's like whee, and another one's like, huh. So them two, they are already in the program. I don't know how far in the program, but they're in the program. I'm assuming that this is their second day, and they know how to put on the equipment, and then they just immediately barged over to the professional divers and demanded that they were let into space to fish.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's some guys that are there that are experienced, but they're young and immature, and they're like, no girls allowed kind of stuff. And they get in an argument, and then he's like, okay, fine, let's go. And I think what they did, now that I'm thinking about it again, is I think they went to the most dangerous aquarium and sent those two girls out without them knowing anything, and they almost got killed. There needs to be teams of 3. So for those two girls to go there, they weren't going to be allowed to go anyway. And the main girl, she's heading to join orientation, and she likes taking pictures. And she was trying to take a picture of this one cat, and the cat runs off. And then she's like, hey, cat, get back here. I'm not trying to go to a important meeting in like a few minutes that I shouldn't miss because it's orientation. I'm going to take a picture of this cat. And the cat's like, every time she snaps a picture, it like jumps out of frame. And she ends up chasing it across town and ends up running into like 7 more cats. And they're all like, they're designed weird, so you know that they're all together. They're not just like one regular cat. They're like, oh, all of these cats look like this one looks like it has a mustache, and this one looks like it's wearing a hat. Or like, they're different.
Is that like the creature that's on top of her head, basically,
in
the picture? Oh, okay.
I did that thing, dude. Oh, I know what that is. Okay. So yeah, so she basically doesn't, after like an hour and a half of not being able to take that picture, she basically gives up, and then it's like, oh, where am I? And she's basically lost, but she's next to the facility that actually sends people off in those rockets out to the aquariums. And she goes inside because her battery's dead because she's had the camera on all day trying to take pictures of cats, and so she can't like pull up maps to find out where she is and all that kind of stuff. So she goes inside the building. Wake up. Okay, cool. So she goes inside the building and starts asking for directions, and then she says something that keys off somebody, and then like the Gothic girl's like, "Oh, so you da da da?" And she's like, "Yes, I know how to swim." He's like, "Oh, what about blah blah blah?" And she's like, "Yeah, fishing, swimming, something." And she's like, "Awesome, this is our third person. We need to go." And they're like, "Okay, I guess." And he's like, then he like challenges them. He's like, "Okay, the first person, blah blah blah." And then they go out in space, and then the guys, they go off to somewhere that's safe, I guess. And the girl's just like, "Okay, we're going." And they're like, "Oh my God, a giant fish." And they all start getting attacked. And then this giant crab appears and like tries to kill them. And then all of a sudden the guys come up and they're like, "Formation, blah." And it's like, blah, and all these weird, like super crazy, stupid stuff. And they're like, and they save everybody and then send them back. And they're like, "See, that's why girls don't do space fishing." I'm like, what? Y'all just sent these girls to die almost. Okay, whatever. And the whole time, the two other girls and their trainer are waiting for the main girl to get there. Mm-hmm. And then once they find out that she's at the basically where you graduate and go to from the training program, one, she yells at that girl, then two, she yells at the two other girls that shouldn't even be there in the first place because it's probably their second day of training, and calls everybody back, and then the episode's over. And I'm like, why did they send those girls to die? I don't. Is that the point that they shouldn't be there? And he's like, "Girls, it's very dangerous. You need to finish your training before you can ever do this." No, we're girls. We can do anything guys can do. I don't know what was going on, but all I know is that I don't know. They didn't teach me much about the world. All they taught me was what I already knew from the synopsis, that there's space aquariums. Now I know that there's like hostile fish, giant crabs, spaceships that you have to go into.
Space fish.
But
oh, good Lord.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I don't know what I was expecting, but
it wasn't that.
Yeah, I was expecting to like. What I was thinking is something kind of like Planet ES. Have you seen that one? Like space garbage bin, basically.
Yeah. I've seen that one.
Yeah. So you have a girl who's like finished training. She finally gets like her first job in space, and she's with this debris collection company. And basically, she thinks she knows everything, and they go on missions, and she kind of quote unquote gets put in her place. It's like her arrogance gets checked. Yeah. So then she becomes humble and like learns everything industry wise properly rather than what she would learn in school. And then she becomes friends with the team, and like they develop all this teamwork, and then all of this political stuff happens which challenges what they're going through. But it's like a character development story where like she grows throughout that. I was expecting that with this. I was expecting this girl who's like talented in certain ways to join this training thing. They teach us how it all works, and then like I don't know, they like bring fish back to Earth or something. I don't know. But
yeah, I mean, honestly, the whole premise and everything that they were talking about, it just seemed a little bit out there. It really did. It just, out there in space. Out there, it's outer space at this point. You know, I don't know. It just, I didn't honestly have much high hope for it, which is why I didn't watch it. But I figured, you know what, if you're gonna watch it, at least it'd be worth a good laugh, because it would just probably be ridiculous.
It is so weird. Like, I don't know. As soon as it started, like, I feel like it hit this genre where it's like it's shooting for a demographic that's like way younger than me. And I'm like, oh no, these characters are just gonna be doing stuff just to do stuff.
And
And
being completely stupid about it.
yeah, so
Yeah.
um, yeah, not for me, but I don't know, I was curious, and maybe one day I'll go back to it. I don't know. I'm kind of curious to know about the other characters, other than them almost dying. Because it seems like there's three sensible girls. There's one
Mhm.
that's like squatting down there, and they seem like they're sensible. So maybe I like them.
She's squatting. She must be sensible. She's conserving her energy by not standing for this picture. So obviously sensible of the group.
So that's it for that one. Next show we're going to be talking about is Sword Art Online Alicization.
Yes. So I am current on this.
I've seen one episode, and then I was like, I need to watch seasons 2 because I don't know half of these people.
So, honestly, as far as that goes, you probably can continue watching it from this point because the characters, other than Kirito, as I mean, I'm 4 episodes into it. I've not seen any of the other characters again besides that first part.
Okay.
So, the only thing that would probably be prevalent to know about if anyone out there, if you've seen the first season and you skipped over the second season because it had the gun gale or whatever and you weren't really interested in that, the only thing that's prevalent from the second season going into this is the fact that during the second season you learn that there were people from the original season and from Iron Card, the Laughing Coffins.
I've heard of that.
That was the guild Laughing Coffin, because they were the ones in Iron Card who were actually um, they were PKers. Even though people were told if you died in the game, you died in real life, they still went around and killed people.
Okay.
And when the game ended, they kind of still wanted to do that.
Uh,
So they were doing some really bad stuff, but they were making it seem like people that died in Gun Gale were dying in real life. But they were doing some underhanded things.
okay.
And that's kind of where this one starts off and kind of lets you know about. And it's prevalent to it because Kirito runs into, in real life, one of the Laughing Coffins,
Okay.
one of the last survivors of the Laughing Coffin. And so basically, the very beginning of this has him using some new dive gear that
Yeah.
is a little bit more advanced than the current. Because it seems like it instead of sending you images, you get sent kind of in too, kind of thing. And so it's almost to the point of almost like realism. I mean, pain is felt in real time. Um, you can feel like everything on your skin to the point of like where a butterfly landed on his finger and he could feel it and it felt real to him. Like he had a hard time at one point discerning the game from reality kind of thing. Until some other things occurred. But so just to start set the tone of this, he's already been doing this full dive into this thing, into this world, which is the underworld. And what ends up happening is in the real life, he runs into one of the laughing coffins who ends up injecting him with a poison.
Okay.
And the thing is that he wakes up in the underworld.
Oh.
And he can't, it's like he's there. He's stuck there. He can't log out. It's like he's just there. My guess, purely my guess at this point, after watching 4 episodes into it, is that, see, he's trying now to get to a main city, so he thinks he could potentially contact the guys who created this full dive thing and try to get out. But my guess is that maybe because of how this thing functioned, it's just his consciousness that's in there. It's like a version of his consciousness that is there.
Okay.
And I don't have any way of saying, because what they were discussing about it was, when they were discussing this dive thing, is that it's almost called soul transfer.
Yeah.
Because of how it functions, because it pulls you in. And my guess is that when he went in there originally, it created like a copy of him almost and put him in there. And now that his body might be in distress, maybe in like a near death situation, it's now pulled him into that.
Okay.
So that transfer has now become the real him kind of thing. So it may be a way for him to, once they've gotten the poison out of his actual body, maybe he'll actually be able to get put back in somehow. I don't know. It's weird. I'll have to see how it kind of plays out, but it is interesting. I will say later on, it goes into more detail, and it really feels like an adventure, even though you have more of the gaming aspects into it, because he can pull up a sort of display on items and actually see like their toughness and how much they like, because he found a sword, a magical sword, and at first we pulled up a display screen for it. He realized he didn't have enough power or stats to be able to properly wield it. Like, he could wield it, but only to a certain extent, kind of thing. Then an incident occurs where he actually has a fight and he kind of levels up. And then after that, he's able to wield it properly.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I'm interested in the characters. So the guy in the bottom part of it, he ends up kind of teaming up with, and they go on an adventure.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like he can pull on things like skills that he was able to use in Iron Card.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems kind of cool. The characters that he's with are, they're not NPCs, but they're not players.
Okay.
They're like how did he describe it? They're like a because of how this whole thing operates, they can actually pull on sort of an almost, it's like they're living their life in this game, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
They grow old and they die, you know? This is like video games plus kind of thing. Where
So it's like
huh?
NPCs with machine learning.
Kind of. They can learn, they can grow, but only to a certain extent. Because, like, they're told you cannot do certain things. Like, you cannot go into the dark world. You cannot not do your job. Each person is assigned a job. That's what NPCs are done. Each NPC is assigned a job, but they always have to do their job. So, like, that dude on the bottom, he wants to go save Alice.
Yeah.
But he cannot leave his job. He has to do his job every day. So Kirito finds a way to work around that, but um, yeah, it's very interesting. I like the world that they've crafted. Um, they don't have to, it's because we've gone through so much. I feel like they don't have to explain a lot with like characterization other
Yeah.
than the new characters that show up because it's like we already know these characters. We already know Kirito. We already know his drive. We know his personality. We know what he does. So it's all good kind of thing. So the only thing they have to explain is any new characters that they bring in, which I like,
Hmm.
you know. And then just, the world itself because this in and of itself is a completely different world than any of the other worlds we've ever come across.
Hmm.
And the way it runs and the way it does what it does. Um so yeah, but at the same time, even though it's a completely different world, it still runs on those same principles and makes you know for a fact that if somebody dies, that's it. Even though it's a game, it's so real that when somebody dies, that's it. They're gone.
So it's still, if you die in the game, you die for real.
But that's the thing. I think because of like these NPCs, they will die.
Yeah.
They have the capacity to die because they were talking about how goblin attacks, their graveyard is filling up with people
Yeah.
that are dying. And I really feel like because of his situation and how he got in here, I really feel like if his consciousness dies here, that's going to be it for him.
So so with the NPCs, once you're dead, you're dead. But as far as the players go, it normally isn't like that. But because of the way Kirito's in there, it is like that for him.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Like, but at the same time, like if you get into a fight,
Yeah.
even if you wouldn't die, but you're gonna feel it.
Yeah.
Like it is that realistic that you're gonna feel it. He got into a fight with a goblin lord, head goblin or whatever, and when he got hit, like he got just cut. Didn't even get anything severed. He just got a nice gash on his arm.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, it hurt. You could tell. And even he's like, this hurts way more than anything ever did when I was playing any of the other games. Like, I feel this. I could swear this is happening in real life, kind of thing. So
Okay.
it's pretty intense. It's pretty intense. Um, I'm just curious as far as how far it's going to go and what's going to happen because it seems like it's going to get pretty nuts. It seems like it's going to get crazy. So I'm curious. I feel like the pair that they have here, Kirito and then his buddy there, I feel like are going to be pretty. They got a solid companionship, working around each other, good partnership. So I'm just curious as far as how it's going to go. I can't honestly say.
Okay. Um. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm missing out on a lot of things because when I watched it, and then that one segment where like everybody all got together, I was like,
The only character you wouldn't have recognized from the first that wasn't in the first season was Shinon.
and I've seen a bit of the second season, so I have a feeling I know her because of
Yeah.
her thing with guns and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
But I don't know.
All the other characters were all part like they look a little different, but
uh,
they were all still part of that first season.
yeah.
Like
So
it took me while I was watching it took me I was looking at it going, okay, where was she? Oh, like she's the blacksmith. She was the companion with the flying monster that he had to go help resurrect. She, I'm going through my head going, oh yeah, no, I recognize all these, and like of course Clyde, because he was the first guy that
yeah,
Kirito ever met while playing the game. Um, and I just thought it was so cool the fact that because when Kirito first played Gun Gale, he was the only person to use a beam sword
Yeah.
because of the fact that you can't, when playing a gun game, bringing a sword to a gun game, it's like, well, you got to cover the distance, and which is always difficult. So the fact that Asuna was also wielding a beam sword as well with Kirito, I was like, oh, that's just cool. Because of course, the two people who could actually close that distance and be able to threaten somebody with a gun with a beam sword would be Kirito and Asuna.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Whenever they did that one part, I was like, Clyde, I remember you. And I was like, oh, I remember what you look like, and I remember what you look like. But I don't remember what any of you guys did in the first series. So,
it has been a while. It has
yeah,
been.
so I at least want to watch the original before I continue this one, but I don't know if I'll be able to fit it in because yeah, I don't know. It's like Sword Art Online's back. I'm like, awesome, I get to come back to this show, but it's all about time.
I don't remember why. What was the reason? Do you remember why you didn't watch the second season?
Um, Maybe because it was like, oh, it's first person shooter series. I'm like, oh, I don't really play those games because I get busy. So I don't know. And then maybe it's the characters. It's like, oh, all these characters I did know. Now I'm like, two of them are here, and then the rest of them are all new, and I don't like them. I don't know. It's been so long that I can't even remember. Because I watched. Actually, I don't even know how much of Xenon's backstory was told in the first couple episodes. Because I don't even know how far I got in. If they explained it on like episode 3, then I'm like, oh, I barely watched anything.
Yeah, they kind of hinted at it. They didn't really go into detail until like way later in the series, though.
Okay.
But they at least gave you some hints as far as what was going on,
Okay.
and that's the fact that she had an aversion to guns.
Yeah. And it was kind of like immersion training kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah. Other than that, like that.
Wow. The original Sword Art came out July 7th of 2012.
Yeah.
So it's been 6 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about time to do a rewatch. Because yeah, I really miss it. Like I have the issue right now that when people ask me what's my favorite anime, I don't have an updated answer. My answer is from 2004, 2005.
Mm-hmm.
And back then I'm like Full Metal Alchemist, which is a really great show. But then there's also been really, really good shows since then.
Yeah.
Mainly Sword Art Online. I want to know if that's the top show, or when I go back and watch Brotherhood and be like, nah, it's still there, it's still good. I don't know. Um,
So the original series came out in 2012. The second series came out in 2014. So 2 years after that. And now we are 4 years after that on season 3.
yep.
So there's been quite a gap.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, but I think even when season 2 came out, I was like, ooh, I want to watch season 1 again. It just didn't do it. So, yeah, I definitely want to revisit. Whether I'm gonna keep up with this one or not, it all depends on the next 2 months. Because I have to narrow down like the stuff that I'm watching now. I've dropped a few shows so far.
Yeah, you had 17 to begin with, so I'd imagine you'd already be dropping some.
So I have the same situation with another series that we're going to talk about in a little bit, and I just don't know. Basically, this show, when I watched it, I was like, I'm missing out on a lot of stuff. I need to go back and watch the other stuff. And that's the tone that I got from the first episode. So I'm gonna make a decision. I don't know if I'm gonna, because I feel like if I drop this one, I'm probably never gonna pick it back up until season 4 comes out or something.
If that.
If that even happens.
Because at this point, you're already one season behind.
Yeah. So, and I've noticed the pattern because I've said the same stuff over and over. So, I don't know. I have a lot of time shifting and thinking to do about this series, and I may pull a Dragon Ball Z. I may spend like an entire month, be like, boom, I'm caught up. And actually, it's what 48 hours. It's like what 22. What is it? First season's 2 cours, and the second one's 2 cours.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like 2 solid days.
Yeah. And this one's going to be 24 episodes as well, so.
Yeah. So I got 3 solid days of content to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I might be able to do. It just, I would have to very much limit all the stuff that I'm excited about.
Yeah.
And I may only watch only the hypest. So.
Yeah. I will say though, I mean, my favorite part so far in this one was because I mean, you saw at least in the very beginning when they were talking about that tree that they were trying to chop down.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Was like almost impossible, and it took 300 years, and they're still not even like they're like barely scratched the surface of this damn tree.
Yeah.
So my favorite part has to be the fact that he finds the magical sword, or he gets the magical sword, and that's when he's finally able, after the fight that they have with the goblins, he's finally able to wield it properly. And like he's like, you know what? Let me take another crack at that tree. And he takes out the sword and builds up his power like he does in Iron Card, and does like an actual swipe, and it like puts this giant dent into the whole, like he couldn't cut it in one swing, but it took a nice chunk out of it. And then he has the other dude actually wield a sword, and he's like, once he actually does some training, he's like, all right, I want you to do the same thing. And he does it and just clean cuts the whole rest of it, just felling this giant, massive tree. And I'm like looking at it going, well, at the very least, it didn't fall towards the town. That's important. Because if had that fucker fallen towards the town the other way, that town would be gone.
Oh my God. They're like, for 300 years, this tree did not fall on the city. And then y'all two come.
So, but that was the start of their journey, because he was able to cut through that entire tree, which was his job, was cutting that tree. So since he did that, they're apparently now, whenever an NPC in that village completes their job, their task, and there's no way they can do anything more, they're given free reign to pick what their next task is. They can choose. So of course the guy becomes a swordsman.
Nice.
And that begins their journey to the big main city, so where they can. He wants to save the girl, because you notice that in the beginning, the Alice, the girl, got taken away.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's now that kid, that's what he wants to do. He's like, I'm a swordsman. I'm traveling to the city, and I'm gonna bring her back.
Nice.
So Kirito's there to help, but then also Kirito's also there to figure out how he can get the hell out of there. So, but like I said, that's kind of where that like episode 4 leaves off, and I'm like, all right, episode 1, 2, and 3 were pretty much leading up to that, and then episodes 4 is like, all right, this is where it actually begins.
Yeah,
this is where we're actually beginning. Took 4 episodes to get there, but this is where we're actually beginning. Now the journey is going to start. Now we'll see what happens.
Awesome. Cool. Well, I will. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But yeah, the next show we're going to be talking about is The Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, or Tensei Shitara Slime King.
Now I'm current on this one.
I am 1 episode in. and I like it.
Yeah. Now, the same. This goes to say, I like fantasy animes of all kinds. Um, because even though I said I really like the fact of Goblin Slayer was a dark, more gritty, realistic. I mean, that's my jam. That's my wheel well right there. That's what I like. I like to see a fantasy that brings in that gritty realism, and it really gets you there. And you have characters who are not they have to work for it. They have their OP. They're not OP out the gate. I like that. Now here's I got reincarnated as a slime, kind of the exact opposite of that, but I still like it. It's still definitely a good show, and the fact that even though he is kind of OP, um, he's not quite that OP. He's OP, but he's not quite that OP. He still kind of has to work for what he's going to do, and he still kind of plans out some of the stuff that he does. So, yeah, I enjoy it. I like it. It's definitely a different direction than Goblin Slayer. Um, but I like the characters. I like the slime, and you figure he's a slime. You wouldn't think he has expressions, but he does. They give him expressions. He'll have like a exclamation point or a question mark appear above his slime body to signify when he's surprised or confused about something, or when he's angry, he gets that like vein looking thing that pops out the side of him when he gets angry or frustrated. So like I'm like, all right, cool, awesome, I like it. Um, I like the direction the story's going in. It's almost in the same realm as Goblin Slayer because apparently there's some sort of demon lord or whatever coming around. But at the same time, he so like at some point during the episodes, I think it's episode 2, episode 3, he ends up coming across goblins, and he actually wants to help them. He's actually trying to make them better, make their lives better. So in so doing, he's kind of going on a journey. And also at the same time, as he's trying to help these goblins out, he also learned that there are other people who come from his world into this world.
Yeah, otherworlders.
Otherworlders.
I like
and
that.
He wants to meet up with them. He wants to see, hey, can we do stuff? What's going on? Maybe you have a better realization or grasp on this world. And at
Like
least,
Overlord.
yeah.
If it
But it
hasn't
seems
happened
like
yet.
an Overlord, yeah, that doesn't happen. But in this world, it seems like it's a good possibility he'll actually start running into other people like him. To a certain extent, because obviously it seems like he's the only one who actually got reincarnated as a slime. Everything else, from what I've seen and what I've looked at, it seems like everyone else he runs into actually has bodies and actually is more human-esque, I guess, in a way. So, but I don't know. It's fun. It's a fun anime.
Okay.
To me, because it doesn't take itself seriously. And then if you go into that mindset of thinking it's not going to take itself seriously, you can still get into that same way to me. So that way you're like you just see it as fun. The things that he does and the things that he learns, you learn along the way, and it's always something interesting, like the fact that he went and started naming goblins, and because of that, he actually upgraded them. He didn't know that was going to happen. We didn't know it was going to happen until all of a sudden he's naming them, and then I guess by naming them, he's using magic, so it depletes him rapidly because of how much of a cost of magic that takes on him. So his body has to reset, and then by the time he resets, he wakes up, and these goblins, which went from like 10-year-old size and very weak looking all of a sudden are like adults and are like insanely buff, almost to like Arnold strength. And he's like, what the hell happened? He's like, well, we upgraded because you named us. And he's like, oh, that's why it took magic. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Cool. Now you're upgraded. Cool. You know? And, and then he's learning more about his own abilities, the fact that, he has that ability where he can analyze almost anything
Yeah.
and be able. And then he's like, at one point, he goes to a dwarven town and they have to make the guy there, he's trying to get him to do stuff for him, but he's like, I'm busy. The blacksmith's like, I'd help you, but I'm busy. I have to make all these swords. And he's like, oh, well, you already made one, right? And he's like, yeah. Can I see it? Sure. He shows it to him. He's like, that's good. Even me who don't know anything about swords, that's an impressive sword. And then he swallows it. And they're like, what did you do that for? He's like, hold on. And he talks to his, I guess, inner computer, I guess you could say.
Inner Siri.
Yeah, inner Siri. And he's like, can you analyze that? He's like, yep, analyzed. That's a longsword. Impressive longsword. They're like, all right, can you take the magic ore that I ingested and make copies? They're like, yeah, copy complete. Next thing you know, he just starts spitting out longswords. They're like, all right, that worked. We could do that. And I'm like, all right, you know what? That's impressive. Didn't know we could do that. He didn't know we could do that. We didn't know he could do that. And now all of a sudden he did it. So I'm like, it's a fun little thing. He's learning more about what he can do. And I feel like, right now we're in that learning phase. So it seems OP, but I have this feeling that we're going to run into something that's going to put that to the test.
Yeah.
And even though he's pretty indestructible on his own, I have a feeling that obviously that doesn't carry over to those around him. And if he wants to protect everyone around him, that's going to be a challenge. So, yeah, I'm excited for it. I like the fact that this one's 24 episodes.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, 12 episodes I'm always scared of. When I see an anime I like for instance, Goblin Slayer, that's 12 episodes, I'm like, okay, that scares me. Because I feel like you're going to amp up the pace of it, and it's going to seem like it's going too fast. We're not going to get all the details that we want to get, and all the cool things that are going to happen, and it's just going to feel rushed. 24 episodes, I'm like, okay, you can take your time. You're going to have a good pace on this. This is going to be great.
50 episodes. Oh my God, this show's going to change my life.
Basically, I mean, that 50 episodes, you're gonna have like a connection. If you're already okay, so put it this way: if you already like an anime within the first couple episodes and you're already hooked, the more episodes you're gonna put into it, the better it's gonna get. So when you have one that's like those other ones, like 10, 12 episodes, like, oh, I'm scared. This might ruin it. I don't like that. Yeah. But then when you have those that are like 24, 26, 50, 100 episodes, you're like, all right, buckle up. We're going for a ride kind of thing.
There may be a few rough patches, but
we're going to enjoy, this is going to be an experience. And by the time we're done, I'm going to be like, this is going to be a standing applauding of like, oh my God, this is hell yeah. Thank you so much kind of thing. So I don't know. I even though it's like a departure from, like I said, from Goblin Slayer, I'm still all about it.
Okay.
I'm like, you know what? It's different than when the other one of fantasy I'm hooked on this season. So I can watch both and not feel like I'm being over encumbered.
Yeah.
I get a different feeling from both of them, but the feeling I'm getting from both of them is still good.
Okay.
So
cool. Well, this season has 2 fantasy shows that I actually really like, so I'm surprised. This one is probably the weaker of the 2. but I'm more excited about it in a way because I saw the intro. You skipped the intro?
Usually.
Okay. Have you skipped it for this one?
I get little bits and pieces because I don't know. Like, this is one of those ones that they have like a start of the anime and then they go into the intro
Yeah.
and then the anime continues. So I'll start skipping it from the start, but at the end part of it, sometimes I catch little bits and pieces.
Okay. So in the middle of the image, there's a blue-haired guy.
I think that's the slime, isn't it? He
Okay.
create. I think he creates himself a body. I think.
Okay. You're talking about that earlier, how everybody has a body, and I was like,
Yeah, I didn't say it. I didn't say it as him having a body just because I can't confirm that.
uh-huh,
Because in that beginning part of it, it kind of goes by quick, so
uh-huh,
it's hard to say. And then the fact that you're looking at that screenshot right there, their flyer poster or whatever for it, and I
uh-huh.
see the slime and him at the same time.
Yeah. So I'm like, wait. So I'm unsure.
Yeah,
I've seen something in the trailer that in the intro that makes me think that, but then this picture confuses me.
yeah.
So I'm not really sure. Um,
But the thing is that if that's him, even if that was him, in order for him to create a body, he would have to consume somebody because he's created
uh,
himself bodies. He's created himself bodies like he's become that wolf at one point.
okay.
But that's because he basically ate his father.
Oh.
So, and then he's also come across like in that cave, he's come across other monsters that you'll see later on,
Mhm.
and he's killed them and he's eaten them, and he then can mimic the whatever monster it was, gaining their abilities at the same time,
Okay.
which is cool. But
Yeah.
if that's his body, if that's him, if that's the slime, that means he consumed somebody.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay. Interesting to know. That ties into this other stuff that I've seen him do. So it's not really a spoiler. Um. So for me, first episode was a little slow. Um. Me, I was like, how come nobody stopped the guy with the knife? How come he was more worried about his computer than trying to, I don't know, not
I
die?
I think at that point he just kind of knew that it's like it's done.
He's like, oh, this is pretty bad. Mm.
Yep. He's like I'm blacking out. I'm hearing voices. This seems bad.
Yeah.
Hey, can you take care of my computer for me? It's just like, you know what? At this point, if the writing's on the wall, it's probably gonna happen. Let's just all right.
Yeah.
I think
And
that's
then,
the whole thing with the knife guy, though. I think was just because in if this is in Japan, which is exactly what it was, they don't really have a lot of that happen.
mhm.
So it probably freaked the hell out of most people.
Yeah, so I thought that originally. I'm like, well, why come nobody did anything? But then I was like, what if I was just walking down the street and all of a sudden some guy just ran past me? I'm like, whoa, what the hell? And I would have just went right back along my day. So
Yeah.
depending on how much I saw or something like that. So I'm like, okay, I'll quit. I won't be so critical on that. But then I'm like, where'd Siri come from?
Yeah, see that they haven't explained. I don't know what's going on with that, but I mean that could be anything, honestly.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, well that's interesting how they like made a huge transition from he's alive to now he's reincarnated.
Yeah.
Uh, some shows just completely ignore it. Um, some shows have like a small little thing. Other shows like with Konosuba, like it was a long process for him to actually get there, and like
Mhm.
a bunch of cool stuff happened on the way, and things backfired on certain people, and you're like, that was a great transition. Um, this one was a little confusing because I don't know what that voice was, and then all of a sudden he started like mentioning it. So I'm like, oh, you hear this too? I'm not the crazy person. I was like, do you know where it came from? And it's kind of interesting. And then after all of that, then it started getting silly with the dragon. And I'm like, oh, okay. Now that we're here, there's gonna be some silly characters, and it's gonna be more of a fun.
Yeah, but that character didn't last very long.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's not to say that there aren't silly, there are kind of goofy little characters, but at the same time, they don't. I don't think they, because okay, I feel with like Konosuba,
Mm-hmm.
there's just silliness all over the place all the time. We're just silly, 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 silly. Um, Here I feel like it's metered a little bit better.
Okay.
We're not just going abstract silliness all the time.
Mm-hmm.
We have our moments.
Mm-hmm.
Like I will say, in the moments he ends up transforming into that dog, the wolf, and then uses one of the abilities called Menace, but he kind of overexerted it a little bit because he wanted to scare off some adventurers that were trying to, I guess, attack him and one of his goblin friends. And then Siri comes in and goes, "Well, this is what happened because of what you just did." And they're like, some odd, like 50 odd some people fainted, another 30 odd some people got confused, and they're like 40 odd some people soiled themselves. And he's just like, I really don't need to hear about all that. Can we stop? And she's like,
10
okay.
kids are crying.
So,
Okay.
yeah, it's again, it's goofy, it's funny, but at the same time, it's not over the top in that, which I enjoy.
Yeah. The main thing that got me excited about the show was the intro. So basically, it was like average story. I'm like, the transition's a little long. I'm a little confused, and it's like, oh, okay, it's being a little bit silly. All right, I'm on board. And then it's like, oh, check out this intro. All this crazy stuff's happening. I'm like, I gotta see what that stuff is. So,
Let me know when we get there.
yeah. So I'm like, I already see the potential of crazy action sequences happening. I already see. Well, it's just that style of animation that just showed up all of a sudden. So like very long running shows, how they have like this one standard of animation that they just stick to, and then whenever a fight scene comes up or they put out a movie, they get like they get their like fight choreography animators to like do that episode, and like some of the detail gets washed away, but then all of the movement gets amped up, and it's a super hype episode. That's basically what happened in the intro. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. This is really nice animation, all that kind of stuff. Everything's cool. And then they're like, and we're fighting. Da, 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 da. And I'm like, whoa, when is it going to get crazy like that? I spent half the episode with Siri confused. Yeah, I look forward to this. This is also in the middle though.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit higher because of some of the stuff that you talked about, so I'm a little bit more excited about it, but it's still in the middle because of some of the stuff that's coming up. So I'd say good doesn't mean the ketchup's good the way it is, and I will get back to it. So the next show we're going to be talking about is A Certain Magical Index 3, or Toaru Majitsuna Index 3.
Yes.
I've been waiting all year for this.
I mean, I don't, honestly, to me, I don't have much to say in regards to this one, just because it's more like I can let people know. Because honestly, okay, so unlike Sword Art, because this is the third season of Index, and then that was the third season technically for Sword Art. I can say this, like with Sword Art, if you watch the first series, You can watch the third series and only be a little bit lost, but you'll catch back up pretty quick. Index, you gotta watch all of them. You gotta watch all of them, and even then, you gotta watch all of them, and you gotta watch the Railgun series as well,
Mm-hmm.
because everything plays a part. And if you liked Index enough to watch the first two, and you watch the Railgun series, the two on that one, there's no reason you're not going to watch the third one for Index.
Yeah.
It's more of the same.
Yeah.
It's literally more of the same. I mean, I'm already 4 episodes into it, and I'm like, it feels just like I did when I watched the first season of Index. So it's not, we're not changing any much here. It's adding more to the story, and that's pretty much it. So, how far have you gotten?
I am 1 episode in.
Yeah.
But comparing Sword Art to Index, it's exactly like you said. I watched the first episode and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember you, and I remember you, and I remember you. All right, what are we doing today? All right, cool. We're leaving, stepping right back from where we left off. Let's go. Cool. And I felt like I did not miss a thing. I may not remember most of the story, but every single character that I saw and followed during that first episode, I'm just like, okay, cool. This is what we're doing now. And I feel 100% comfortable just continuing this and not even going back. I do want to go back, but I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything because it's such a seamless transition.
I will say, and I'm not going to go into too much detail. I don't want to spoil it. I will say, I mean, I 4 episodes in. I'm like, I don't want to spoil it. It's like, really, it's only 4 episodes in. Come on. But I had forgotten, just because it was a major focal point, but it wasn't one that was like, it's one of those things that you see it and you forget it kind of things.
Mhm.
It's the fact that he had lost his memories.
Okay.
You remember that, right? It's one
No.
of those, you don't remember, like, when you, because that was the very first thing with Index, when he was trying to alleviate the fact that she had to get her memories wiped every couple of years or something like that.
Mhm.
And he was touching, like, there was something like a symbol on their mouth, like in the back part of it, that he had to touch with a Imagine Breaker in order to break it.
Uh,
But there's like a defense thing where, like, there was feathers falling from the sky, these glowing feathers, and if one of them touches you, it obliterates. But one of the things that it touched his head, and it obliterated his memories.
I kind of remember that.
Yeah, it obliterated his memories. But one thing I forgot is the fact that he knew his memories were gone,
Mhm.
and the thing is that right from the get go, Index was there in the hospital for him when he first woke up, and at first he was honest and said that he didn't remember her. But then when he saw that she got upset because she knew it was her fault, he made it like it was a joke. But him and the doctor both knew he had lost all his memories. For 2 seasons, that's been the case.
Mhm.
No one else besides him and the doctor know that he lost his memories.
Mhm.
This season, 4 episodes in,
Nah.
somebody finds out. I'm gonna leave it
Okay.
at that. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay.
Somebody finds
Okay.
out. So
Now I feel like I gotta go back and watch it.
yeah, that was a pretty main focal. And like I said, it's one of those things that you learn it, because he almost said it at the beginning of every episode that he lost his memories, but he pretends that he didn't. And they were like that. There was even that one episode where he went to meet his parents, and he was really nervous because he's like, I'm meeting my parents essentially for the first time because I have no memory of my parents. He's like, if they're gonna say stuff, I'm not gonna remember anything. I mean, luckily it worked out for him, but like that was a huge part of that episode, was just him trying to remember his parents. Like at first he was like, how am I even going to remember what they look like? I don't even have any pictures of them, and I don't remember what they look like. So that was an interesting point. And yeah.
Man, I don't want to watch 4 seasons.
Well, and then some of the characters are, if you're not, I mean, some of the characters, I mean, obviously the ones in the picture there for it, you're gonna know, but some of them, if you hadn't watched all the actual seasons, you're not gonna remember.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the first episode was like a super nice transition because it was the
Yeah,
introductory episode, and then
that's why I
it,
said if you haven't watched all of the other 2 seasons of Index and the other 2 seasons of Railgun, you're gonna start getting lost
okay,
real quick.
that's even more to watch. That's
Yeah,
100 episodes
because you
plus.
you you remember there was the fight, the girl who's always around Railgun, who's her roommate, the one that can teleport. You remember her, right?
I don't remember her name.
But you remember her.
Yes.
Okay. There was a fight between her and another one who couldn't teleport, but had like a version of it where like she could teleport objects.
Okay.
And there was a big fight between the two of them.
I don't remember that at all. Ah.
There was also the dude, I think it was in Railgun, who went after um the main character. They went after the main character, but he had an ability to he basically could take someone's flesh and basically make a face that he could wear out of and basically look like them. He could change his face. It was like an Aztec thing or whatever. It was an Aztec magical thing. And he ended up that was when they met in a construction site, and the railgun heard him say something about the fact that he's going to protect her or something like that, and she got all happy and bashful about the whole thing because she wasn't in sight, but she was in hearing distance of it. And that was when like the whole construction building got brought down, and he had basically defeated him. But see, these characters are actually teaming up with the Vector dude, and they're their own little hit squad. And and the end of Index, the second season, you got a little bit of a piece of that. The dude that was in, I don't remember his name, but the dude that's floating in the glass in um, the science city that they're in, that kind of controls everything. He's like floating upside down in the glass or whatever. He kind of controls everything in the science city that they live in. He's basically made them his hit squad. If there's any problems or any issues in the city, he sends them out there to deal with it. Along with the main character's friend, that blonde dude.
Mm-hmm.
All of them are on like a pseudo team kind of thing.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. But like I said, if you don't remember the other seasons, I'm not sure you're going to be able to keep up.
All right. I got 6 seasons of stuff to watch.
There's characters in there and what they can do and why they do it. I mean, they give a little bit of backstory, a little bit of information, but it's not, you really have to follow along.
Yeah.
So, just saying.
Oh, well. I got a lot of homework to do.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just like you said, if you're interested in the show, go ahead and start from the beginning. It is a very, very great show.
A lot of story.
Yeah, it's a lot of story.
A lot of story, a lot of character development.
A lot of unique powers that you won't see anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It is amazing. And especially because it's being done now, and the animators that are working on this are even better than they used to be. I remember part of the first episode they did like kind of some flashbacks to stuff that's happened before, and then they cut to like now, and you're like, whoa! I remember it looking amazing back then. Now it's gonna be even more polished. So,
Mm-hmm.
um, yeah. All right. Well, I gotta dedicate some time to catching up on all these, but I'll I'll figure it out.
Good luck.
All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Miss Vampire who lives in my neighborhood, or Tonari no Kiketsuki-san. Um, I've seen the first episode of this, and as far as the characters go, this is one of those that fit in the cute girls doing cute things genre. And I don't know what it is, but like they're like lacking in the cute department this season.
We need
Yeah,
more cute. Bring in the cute.
yeah, I don't know. It's a little anemic.
They're not
Um,
cute enough.
yeah, so this main girl is a dummy again. Um, and she loves dolls. Um, she basically is at the school with her friends, and there's this what was it? This rumor going around about a house that's in the forest, which Japanese word for forest is mori, M-R-I, and um, there's a living doll inside the house. So of course, since the main girl likes dolls, she's like, I'm gonna go to that house. So she goes to the house. Well, she goes out into the forest and gets lost. And the vampire that lives in her neighborhood just happened to be flying by, or just happened to be in the forest for some reason. She comes across her and helps her get back home, and she's like, "Well, why were you in the middle of the forest?" She's like, "Well, I'm looking for this house that's in the middle of that was supposed to be in the middle of the forest." And she's like, "Oh, I've heard about that rumor." So she like brings her to her house, and in front of the house there's a sign that says Mori. Mori translate to forest, but it's somebody's last name. So it's the Mori house or the forest house, and the rumor got all like misconstrued. And she's like, "Yeah, this is where I live." She's like, "Oh, that's cool." And they go inside her house, and she like shows her around and all that kind of stuff. And she explains that she's a vampire, and she's like, the other girl's like not phased at all because she's like pale and young and looks like a doll. So she's like, "I like you because you look like a doll. So I'm just gonna stay around you all the time." And it's there comes a point where they start talking, and then she's like, "I should move in." And I'm like, "Where did all this come from?" And she's like, "Yeah, I come over here every day, and this house is closer to my school, so I should just move in." And I'm like, "That's not
And
your."
that's impeccable logic there. That's just, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, "That's not for you to decide. You need to ask the girl." She like shows up with all of her luggage, and then she's like, "What's all this luggage for?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm moving in." And she's like, "What?" Uh, okay. So she's like oblivious to certain things, but in like just tunnel vision. She's like, "I come over here every day, so I'm gonna change my entire life so I can be here every day." And the vampire is very sensible, and she's a modern vampire, which was interesting. I'm like, okay, what is their take going to be on vampires? Um, she just lets the girl stay there because she's there by herself all the time. So she's like, oh, okay, it's a little bit of company. Um, the dumb girl keeps like forgetting that she's a vampire because she's not like blood, like having a cape and like
Mhm.
all that kind of stuff. So she keeps forgetting that the girl can't be out in the sun. So she's like, man, this house is dark. Let's open up the blinds. And then the girl starts like sparkling and disintegrating. And she's like, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. And I'm like, you.
That's horrible.
So yeah. And then they're like, oh, let's make dinner. And then she's like, yeah, I don't eat. And then she's like, what? What do you mean you don't eat? She's like, yeah, I just drink blood. And then she goes to the fridge and there's like all these blood bags and like they're all they're all labeled. It's like Tasty B or Fine O. Like I'm like, okay, that's funny. And then she's like, oh man, I'm kind of low on some fancy O. So then she like, I'm gonna go grab some real quick. And I'm like, where are you going to get the blood from? I'm like, is this where you like switch and become this like evil vampire and like bleed people in the bags or something like that? I'm like, is this gonna take a weird change? And then she goes, opens up her laptop, goes to Amazon and like orders some more bags. Like, okay, they'll be here tomorrow. And then goes about the rest of the day. And I'm like, it's cool. Not what I was thinking at all. It's kind of a letdown because it was so quickly resolved, but what else do you got? I'm like, this is like an interesting take on a vampire. So then the other girl, she keeps talking about school because she's like going from school to her house, and the vampire kind of starts getting school sick, I guess, because she's tried to go to school before, and she's like, it's too much of a hassle. And it cuts to 3 scenes. It cuts to a scene of her wearing a hoodie and a parasol right next to a window, trying to block the sun from her, and the teacher's like, hey, put that parasol away. And I'm like, okay. Shouldn't she explain that she has like a condition where she can't be next to the sun? I'm like, yeah, maybe assigned seats forces her to be there, but shouldn't she like get a doctor's note or like I can't
Yeah, you'd
sun
think.
or else I'll dissolve or something like that. So I'm like, okay, whatever. And then she's like flying down the hall, and he's like, hey, no flying in the hall. I'm like, yeah, she could walk like everybody else. She has feet. Okay. And then something else happened. Somebody yelled at her like, hey, no, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, yeah, it was too much of a hassle. And I'm like, okay, half of that is probably because you're not communicating. You're just like, I want to be at school and I want to do what I want. And I'm like, that's not how school works. So I'm like, okay, I don't know who's to blame for that, but she's like, I kind of want to try school again. And I'm like, how's this gonna work? I'm like, because that girl's there, is she gonna like nag her to the point where she'll like behave and then she can get through school without being a hassle, or is it just gonna be rambunctious because she's gonna do different stuff that like annoys teachers or whatever or causes commotion? So as far as the characters go, I'm like, okay, the vampire's kind of interesting. It's like modernized vampires, which I never thought of. The main girl, I hate her. She's just she does her own thing and just like just drags everybody along. And it's her parents' fault because the vampire was like, hey, it's kind of late. Shouldn't you like tell your parents that you're gonna be over here? And she's like, oh, okay. And she calls her parents and she's like, hey, Mike, I spend the night over at this girl's house. And she's like, spend the night? She's like, do we know them? They're like, no. And she's like, huh? Okay. Oh, so it's a little girl that looks like she's 12, but she's like 700 years old. Oh, okay, that sounds right. Okay, bye. I'll tell you that. And hangs up. I'm like, what?
Oh, good lord.
That's why the daughter's all like that, because the parents don't care and they're all whimsy, do whatever they want. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, I don't like the main girl, which we're gonna be following, and the vampire's interesting, so that might balance it out. And I'm like, I just need a few more characters. So for me, it needs a little bit more ketchup. It needs a few more interesting characters, and it needs some kind of conflict. Because right now things are, I ran out of blood. Let me go to Amazon. That's resolved. And I'm like, oh well. maybe somebody's, I don't know, a vampire killer will show up, and now she has like the threat of somebody chasing her or something. There's not enough conflict, so it falls a little flat, and it's not as cute as what I was thinking it was gonna be. So, yeah, I'm gonna pass on this one. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Uchi no Maid Uzagairu or Uzamaid.
Yeah, the one that you originally thought you're like, oh yeah, I want to watch this one, and I'm like, did you read the synopsis on this? Do you know what you're getting yourself into? No, I don't think so.
I love the show.
You really?
It's so absurd. Okay. So, you have the maid. Yes, she is a lolicon. She is in love with anything that's younger than puberty, which she says in the show. And I'm like, hey, you need to watch how you word stuff or you're going to end up getting thrown in jail. And she is a, I guess, former Air Force person. And she's unemployed, not sure the reason why. And she's going to like the employment office and like asking people she's like, can I get a job where I can play with the little girl and make her dress in whatever I want? And I'm like, crazy. Why are you? Why? How did you get into the Air Force? I'm like, did you get like dishonorably discharged because of your phrasing or I don't know. So yeah, so I'm like, okay, whatever. They like mentioned that just to describe like her physical traits and things like that. And then it's such a small part that I'm like, it's not really anything to really talk about. Then you have the little girl. Back when she was way younger, probably half her age, she was in the yard with her mom and just like frolicking around and playing. And the Air Force lady, I just call her the maid. The maid basically before she started working there, she walked by and noticed him, and she's like, "Oh, she's so cute." And then the girl's running around in the snow, and like she trips and falls, and the mom's like, "Oh no!" And then she's also like, "Oh no!" outside of the fence in the street, watching them like a creep. So the mom goes down to pick up the girl. The girl's like, "Oh no, I'm fine." It has like snow on her face, and then she's like, "Achoo!" And then the lady out in the street's all like, "Ah!" starts blushing, and I'm like, "Okay, this is gonna be bad." So she like basically faints back and like stares out to the sky, just blushing, and then like slowly gets covered by snow. I'm like, "How long have you been out here?" Then it cuts to present day, and she's walking down that same street, and the yard's just run down, and it doesn't look like they live there anymore. And she kind of like has a small flashback of when she passed by there, and she's like, "Ah, that would be cool if that girl was still here." And then she like looks on their fence and sees a sign that says, "Now hiring a maid must be strong." And then she's like, and then she's like, "Does that girl still live here?" And she climbs up a light post, peers into the window. The girl's like doing something, and then gets up and looks out the window, and it's like, "Damn it, there's some kind of creepy lady staring at my window."
Oh God.
And she runs downstairs, and the dad's like, "Oh, my daughter wants to talk to me. Oh my God." And he gets all excited. He's like, "I'm ordering sushi." And then he goes upstairs. He's like, what happened?" And then she's like, "This is girl." And he looks out there, and of course the girl's gone because she's climbing down the pole to walk to the front door. And he's like, oh, I don't see what you're talking about. She's like, it was for real. And then he's like, okay. And you hear a knock on the door, and they go downstairs, and he opens the door, and it's the lady. And then the girl, she freaks out and just bolts back upstairs to their room. And what they did was they basically ramped up the animation budget and did the most basically it was like third person, but the camera was first person following the person up the stairs. So it's like shaky cam, and like you get to see all these crazy angles, and like the camera's like flying around. I'm like, whoa! It was kind of like Dragon Maid, where like all of a sudden they started fighting, and then like the animation budget just ramped up to this crazy action scene. It was similar to that, not to the like crazy extent, but like to the animation quality extent. And I'm like, whoa, what's happening? Why is the animation like crazy?
So much better just because we're chasing after the little girl.
So I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I'm like, I'm very interested. How many times are they gonna do this? This is gonna be cool. So then she starts talking with the dad about the job and all that kind of stuff, and then all of a sudden the girl comes out of the door with a bucket of mud and just dumps it on the girl, dumps it on the woman, and then runs away. And the dad's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." And she's like, "No, it's fine." And then she turns around, catches up to the girl, and like starts doing this thing, like all up and down her body. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" And then she like picks the girl up as though she's weighing her or something like that. And I'm like, within like half a second, did you measure this girl's body so you can make clothes for her like you said you wanted a job for? And then they just brush that off. And she's like, oh, okay, da, da, da. And then like puts her down and all that kind of stuff. She runs off into her room. And then he's like, okay, you're hired, whatever. She comes the next day, dressed in a French maid outfit like in the picture. But dad's like, whoa, you don't need to do all of that. And she's like, yeah, I'm dressed up as a maid. I want in uniform and all that kind of stuff. And he's like, you can't walk around dressed up like this. People are gonna think you're crazy. And I'm like, no, they're gonna think you're into cosplay because they know that you're a single dad. And all of a sudden, this woman dressed very weirdly and something that some people fantasize about, all of a sudden is knocking out your door. You need to be careful. So then, basically, one of the reasons why the sign said that it was
had to be strong
is because this girl is basically trying to kill people. She doesn't want another woman in the house, and it most likely has to deal with her mom passing. And it's basically like ramped up because it's anime. So she goes to her computer and Googles how to make a bomb. I'm like, you are now on the FBI watch list. Then she doesn't do that, but she comes up with something else that gets like thwarted. And I'm like, okay, that's I'm like, you can't beat this girl. She's like just she's like, what was it? After she had the mud on there, of course she had to like go take a shower to get all the mud off. And she doesn't have any other clothes. So what ended up happening was she found the girl's clothes and like somehow gets that onto her. So she walks out just 8-pack and just with this super tiny shirt just squeezing everything and shorts barely covering anything. And she's like, hey guys, I don't have any clothes. Do you mind if I wear this? And I'm like,
wow.
So I'm like, okay. What was it? Later on that day, she starts cooking and like doing the laundry and taking care of the yard and all that kind of stuff because everything was all run down looking. And she makes curry, which is the daughter's favorite. And she's like, hey, I made some curry. How about you come downstairs and eat some? And she's like, no, leave it at the door. I hate you. Go away. and then she's like Googling how to kill somebody and get away with it. And I'm like, y'all are definitely on the FBI watch. So she's like being stubborn and not going down. And then what they did, classic cartoon trope. She started fanning the food, and the delicious smell of the food starts wafting into the door and surrounding the little girl. And then she started sniffing it ever so slightly and started floating off of the ground. And then realized that it's a trick. And she's like, no, and brushes away the thing. She's like, no, you won't get me. And like the other girl she's like, okay, fine, I'll put it by your door and go outside. And then I go back downstairs. And then she waits a couple minutes, goes out, opens the door, grabs the food, and then she's like looking. And then she's like, I knew you were hungry. And the maid's like on the ceiling, propping herself up so she can pounce down on the girl. And oh my God. So she finally makes her way in the room, and the girl's like doing stuff. And then the maid sees outside that there's some kids playing. She's like, oh, why don't you go outside and play with your friends? She's like, those aren't my friends. So she's like, oh, she doesn't have friends. Okay. And then she kind of like backs off for the rest of the day. Comes back the next day. Kid backpack.
Oh, God.
Kid t-shirt. And more kids shorts. They look like those bloomers that the girls wear during gym.
Oh, God.
Knocks on the door. And the dad freaks out. And she's like, why are you dressed like that? She's like, no, I have a plan to get your daughter some friends. And I'm like, now the neighbors are going to be calling something on him, because for the last 3 days, he had some strange woman come into the house dressed like a maid, dressed like a child. And I'm like, by the end of this episode, he's going to be in jail. I know it. And yeah, then she busts in the room and starts messing with the girl. It's like, we're going to be friends. We're going to have fun and all that kind of stuff. And then I don't remember what else happened. But all I know is that I love this show because it's going places I could never imagine. It's before I watched it, I was like, this is going to be creepy because this maid is going to be creeping on this innocent little girl. And I'm like, this girl has injured countless maids by making them fall down the stairs, by other means of injury. And now she's finally met her match. She finally has a maid that can withstand all of the abuse that she tries to dish out. And the maid is always getting the upper hand. So now, rather it being like a creepy person and an innocent girl, it's like fighting fire with fire. And I don't know. I feel like the dad's going to go to prison. So, very interesting. Not turning out not the way I thought it was going to. And it's hilarious. This is probably the show that made me laugh the second hardest out of all of these. So, I like it. All right. Next show we're going to talk about is Ulysses Jean d'Arc no Vicky no Chi.
So, this one was mine. I think the last one I had. It's interesting. It's got a little bit of real life into it, which makes it interesting. And it takes a definite turn when the main character... I kind of saw like this harem situation going on because it's one guy and 3 girls. He is absolutely obsessed with alchemy.
Uh-huh.
And this is during the 100-Year War in France. He is French, the other girls are French, and they're fighting against the English. And his whole thing is that he believes that alchemy will be the way to save the day. because of all the people who have been dying due to this war, he has learned about the Philosopher's Stone. And he wants to utilize the Philosopher's Stone in order to basically make it to where no one dies. Then he figures once that happens, maybe then people will they'll figure out some way other than fighting in order to settle their differences and end the war. So he's a kid, probably no more than, I don't know, the usual 15.
15.
Yeah, 15. I'd say the usual 15. And he finds, like, there's apparently this stone that's been passed down in his household. He finds it, and he, let's see, there's a stone that's passed on his household. There's this old guy named oh god, what did they say in Harry Potter? What was the wizard name? You know what I'm talking about? It's something Nicole. Anyways, that's the same name they use in this one, and he believes that this is the alchemist who knows about the Philosopher's Stone. And what was it? He's still researching things. There's this one thing that happens. All of his friends make this promise to each other that even after they graduate from school, they'll always be friends. And then the war escalates, and one of his friends goes off to war. His other friend is in line to be a successor to the throne. And then another one is like the prime for like the duchy or something like that nearby. So they all kind of have their own thing or whatever. But he goes and rides. She goes and rides off to go join the war. He's worried about her. Ends up riding off after her. But when he gets there, all he finds is her broken sword, and he fears the worst. Couldn't find a body. Just finds the broken sword. So at that point, the dude that's in the bookshop that he keeps getting grimoires from and learn about alchemy, that he believes is the one who knows the most about the alchemist stone, refuses to teach him anything about it. And he's like, you know what, fine, I'm going to do this myself. And just like in Full Metal Alchemist, doing it myself always has adverse effects. But he ends up finding out that the stone that was passed down in his family is actually the Philosopher's Stone. But in order to actually, like, you can ingest it, but in order to ingest it, you have to ingest it with an elixir. Otherwise, it will basically cause you to blow up from the inside out. But when he pretty much makes this circle, kind of like in Full Metal, makes a circle, does these things, and he ends up summoning a fairy queen. Not Titania specifically, but I think a fairy queen, who agrees to teach him how to create the elixir so that way he can actually become the next Ulysses, which is the ones who always have the Philosopher's Stones. And they're imbued with other powers and stuff like that. Well, what she doesn't tell him, because she's fairy, and they like to do things like that. They don't tell you everything. Even if you get them to agree to do something for you, they don't tell you everything. What she doesn't tell him is that by doing this, in order to create this elixir, you actually end up stepping into the Fey world, which looks exactly like your world, except time is different. So by stepping into the Fey world, when he finally says, all right, I'm going to stop, he's aged 7 years. And literally time, like to him, it seemed like maybe a month had gone by. Or maybe at least a couple weeks to a month.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the world went by 7 years. And now everything's way different. So, yeah, next thing you know, he's off because now apparently England has come in full force. They've pretty much taken over mostly. There's still some pockets of resistance. And now he is having to be on the run because now alchemy is a forbidden art, and having him deal with the Fae now makes him akin to like black magic. So now there's an inquisition basically after him.
Oh, wow.
So now he's on the run. He still hasn't created the elixir, and he's still trying to figure things out as he goes. But now his friends, like, things have happened, and he's trying to catch up with the world, basically. So, while still trying to make the elixir and everything, and it goes on from there. But yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Okay.
Eventually, he does meet up with Jean d'Arc, and yeah, the whole thing with the trailer, with the kiss and all that,
Mm-hmm.
has to do with the fact that during his experimentation, he was actually right on the verge of creating the elixir, but John kind of incidentally got in the way of that, and his portions that he was teetering out ended up becoming too much and caused an explosion. And
Okay.
he could have died from it,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't. He came back, and because of the explosion, the amount of stuff that he was, because what happened was is he turned at the last second before it exploded, so it pretty much all hit him specifically when it exploded, and it could have poisoned him to death, but instead caused his body to metabolize the elixir. So
Uh,
now it's not so much that he has the elixir, he is the elixir. So in order to pass along the Philosopher's Stone, it's in his saliva, basically.
uh,
Yeah. So
okay.
he
Here we
gives
go again.
he ends up giving John the Philosopher's Stone, and passing along the elixir, but because of the way it was done and the fact that it comes from him, it's somewhat diluted.
Mm-hmm.
So every time John uses that power, which is where we saw her in the trailer go berserk,
Mm-hmm.
kind of. Every time she uses that power, in order for her to reuse that power, she has to consume more elixir. So it's almost like a recharge basis.
Yeah.
Usually, if the elixir was done appropriately according to the Fae that's with him, it would only have to be done like maybe once every couple of years, or
Uh,
longer basis. But because of the way it was done, it has to be done more frequent.
okay.
So, but apparently, according to the Philosopher's Stone, considering she was so young, he only ends up giving her half the stone. But apparently, the stone's effects cause your emotions to be intensified.
Okay.
So if you're angry, you're raging. If you're jealous, you are really jealous. So, like, at one point, she ends up taking out all the soldiers that were attacking her town, her village. But one of the people that had been helping her, in the beginning, she was doing this thing with some other fairy to, she's like basically making this spell to try to end the war and try to help her village. And then at the end of it, she goes and try to make my breasts bigger, and she throws more things in to try to make the spell. Well, at one point, one of the people that was helping her village, she's rather voluptuous, has some large breasts, and after the soldiers all pretty much either died or ran away, um, she ends up basically calling on a duel with this other woman who had actually been helping them, basically pointing out the fact that she had bigger breasts. So her jealousy ended up getting overpowering everything, and she's like, "I can't let this stand. Those soldiers were weak. I need someone stronger to fight against, and you have bigger breasts, so I'm going to fight against you." Yeah. So I mean, things like that kind of happen. It seems like she's getting better with it, but it's still pretty bad sometimes.
Okay.
So I kind of like that fact because it gives her a weakness. She has incredible strength,
Mm-hmm.
but there's a time limit to it. She can only use that for like 3 minutes,
Yeah.
and her emotions can kind of get the better of her sometimes.
Yeah.
So
It's always good to have drawbacks to unlimited power. So
yeah. So I don't know. It's interesting. I'm not sure if I will continue it for sure, but it is at least interesting enough that it got my attention. And the
okay.
premise and the fact that they're kind of adding real, the 100 Year War was a real thing,
Mm-hmm.
and there has been documentations of Jeanne d'Arc and amazing feats that she has done,
Mm-hmm.
in history or whatever. So the fact that that is actually a legitimate thing, it really causes me to pay more attention to it. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. We're doing it in a different way, but still cool. So
Yeah. Um. So I am not a history buff by any stretch of the imagination.
mhm.
Um. So I was confused about what was happening. Um. I knew that they were all on one side, but I didn't know if it was the French side or the English side. So every time they came across the soldiers, they're like, "Ah, oh, the French, blah blah blah," and then later on, they're like, "Ah, oh, the English, blah blah blah." And I'm like, "What side are we on?" Um, I also didn't know about him stepping into the Fey world. I thought he was just really, really focused and like just kept doing that every day for 7 years. And I'm like, man, he is really obsessed. But I stopped at episode 1. So yeah, I was getting lost in this. Um, I I was interested to see like the whole berserk mood moment and all that kind of stuff. And like now that I know the source of it, and then looking at the picture, I'm like, oh, I think it's gonna be leaning more towards other things than I thought. So yeah, I may come back to this one later. But I don't know. It's like the art style was kind of interesting. So
Yeah, no, it was.
that was a plus for it. But yeah, I'd say for me, needs more ketchup. It needs I don't know. It may just not be for me. The characters were interesting from the bit that I saw from them, and maybe I just need more time with it to see if
Hmm.
I'll keep up with it. But for the first episode, I just need for the first episode, I just need a bit more um, to pull me in.
Yeah.
But
No,
yeah,
I get you. I get you.
cool. Next show we're gonna be talking about is Yagate Kimi ni Naru, Bloom into You. So this is romance. I haven't watched a truly serious drama romance show in a long time. Usually it's romance in high school with comedy or
Hmm.
or something of those, some kind of combination of those. Um, or like there's one that was actually pretty good, but it was like adults and a flower shop and a ex-lover who's now a ghost romance. And like the ghost is like possessing stuff so nobody else can date the woman because he's still jealous and he's hanging around for some reason. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. But this one, I don't know, it's also very serious. There's not a lot of comedy in it. And basically I've only seen the first episode, and the characters are kind of empty at the beginning. So you're like,
Hmm.
oh, okay, this is another character. I know nothing about them. This is another character. They're part of this group, but I know nothing about them. Um, and you just they like slowly just give you more and more about the character. Um, the red, orange, pink hair girl, she she has a couple friends in middle school, high school. I think it's high school, and they are just straight up girly girls. They're like, oh my god, this boy and that boy and blah blah blah, and boyfriend, girlfriend, boyfriend, girlfriend, and she kind of feels outside of the group. Like a guy's confessed to her, and she likes the guy as a friend, but she doesn't like. She reads a lot of shoujo manga and stuff like that, a lot of romance media, and she doesn't know what love is supposed to be. She's like, out of everything that I've seen, love is supposed to be like sweep you off your feet, you see fireworks kind of thing. And her friend that she has known over the last couple of years, he asks her out, and she kind of like looks down to her feet and be like, is this where I'm supposed to fly off my feet? Like, I'm like, do you think this like literally, or I'm like confused about how she's approaching things, because she looked directly at her feet and like was wondering why she's not floating. So I'm like, I'm not really sure. Or is she just totally clueless about the subject and doesn't really know what she's supposed to be experiencing? So because of that, because of her confusion, she tells the guy to give her more time to think about it because she doesn't know. And she doesn't really have anybody to talk to about it, because if she asks her girls, they're like, oh my God, you like him? Y'all been together for so long. Yeah, of course date him. And she's like, something's wrong. I don't know what it is. She is starting a new school year, so everybody's like, oh, you need to join this club, that club. And she's unsure of what club to join. And the teacher was like, oh, so how about you come by the student council and like kind of shadow the group and like learn what we do. And he's like, oh, okay, that's cool, I'll do that. And he's like, awesome, because elections are coming up and we need a lot of volunteers. So he basically tricks her into joining that club. And yeah, so after he tricks her into joining the club, she goes and starts learning about the club and everything. And there's the black-haired girl. Actually, no, she's carrying documents somewhere. She's carrying trash to dump it or something like that. And she's walking behind the building, and right around the corner is a guy confessing to the black-haired girl. And he's like, oh, I like you, blah, blah, blah. She says no and turns him down. And then she is like, and like freaks out and like hides behind the corner, but then like peeks her head out, thinking that she's hiding, I guess, or something. And she's kind of like getting close. She's like, ooh, like just being totally obvious that she wants to know what's going on. And the guy walks off, and then she's like, hey, person behind the corner. And she like freaks her out. She comes over and talks to her. And then she finds out that she's heading to the, I think she's heading to the student council office, but she doesn't know where it is. And I think she's taking those documents there. Well, she's like, oh, okay, so it's actually this way. And they like walk through a forest to this old rundown building. I'm like, how come there's a building on the other side of the forest that's part of the school? That's why nobody could find it. So yeah, she goes there and they start talking about what's happening in the with duties and all that kind of stuff happened in the student council. And then everybody kind of leaves, and then a conversation that happened earlier about like, I think somebody was like, oh, we heard a rumor that like somebody confessed to you. And he's like, that's like the 7th guy this week or something like that. And she's like, yeah, I'm not really interested in stuff like that. And like there wasn't like a spark. It wasn't something that like, it got me. So I keep turning everybody down until something like that happens. Because the pink-haired girl heard her say that, after all the business was done with the student council, they kind of stayed afterwards. And she's like, I have some questions for you. And she completely talks about something different. So I'm like, okay, that's weird. So it happens again, and they at the end of the meeting again, she finally like, instead of her telling her what she has a problem with, she like asks more about the other girl. The other girl like explains a few more things, and then because of that, the pink hair girl expression changes, and she's like, I can tell that you have a question, like just spill it. So she explains that what happened with the guy that she was friends with doesn't like her and all that kind of stuff. And she's like, I don't really know what to do. And the reason why like just by her explaining that, somehow that spark gets lit with the other girl. And as she's like kind of like leaning her head out, like saying how she doesn't really know what to do, the other girl turns to her and grabs her hands, and she's like, I think I'm falling in love with you. And I'm like, how? Didn't you just hear that she's like confused about what to do? And then you're like, I love you now all of a sudden. I'm like, what? So I'm like, now she's even more confused. But I guess it's okay because she's finally found something to do. And the episode's over. And I'm like, this is very dramatic. Like, talk about teenage angst. Oh my God. So I don't really know what to do about this series. All I know is, like, if I'm in a mood for some dramatic romance, this has tons and tons of it with more poured on top. The animation is by Mappa. They kick it out of the park. So if you're interested in my romance and you really like if you want something that's well drawn, this is definitely the show for you. I'm gonna give it another episode because I don't really know what it's like, because it puts me in a completely different mindset. I'm like, I can watch a hype show and I'm hyped, and I can watch a cheesy girl show and I'm like, ha ha, what's something funny? I'm like, yeah, and I watch this and I'm like, what is the purpose of love?
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
So, yeah, the show, it's a very good, but I'm not sure if I'm going to continue it this season. It puts me in too weird of a place mentally. It's a good place, but yeah. So, yeah, if you like romance shows, this is a very good one from what I've seen so far. Characters great, animation's great, lots of drama. All right. So the second from last show we're going to be talking about is Zombieland Saga.
I don't even like. I saw this and I knew you were going to talk about it, and I'm looking at it going, "What even is this?"
I don't know.
You watched the first episode and you don't know what this is?
I think this is Backstreet Girls all over again.
Except with zombies?
Yes.
Are they in the Yakuza, and the Yakuza told them if they made a mistake, so now they need to become zombie idols?
So the show takes a very, very dramatic turn within the first few minutes, and it scared the crap out of me. So if anything, I would say just check out the first couple of minutes. Once it takes that turn, basically the main character is a zombie and doesn't know it yet. And she wakes up in this dark house and it's raining outside. And she's like, where am I? And she's like looking around, and then all of a sudden these like zombies start getting up and like doing zombie stuff. So like somebody's trying to bite her, somebody's like walking aimlessly, and she's like starting to freak out. And then she's coming across zombie after zombie after zombie. She's like knows how to get around quickly. I'm pretty sure she was an athlete. And she finally gets out of this like 2-story house and starts running down the street. And then she sees a police officer. She's walking up to the police officer, and she's like, "Oh my God, I couldn't find anybody." She's like, where am I? And she's in a prefecture, which I'm guessing is like a county. It's called a prefecture called Saga. And she runs up to him, and then he's like, "Oh my God!" and pulls a gun on her and shoots her in the chest. She comes to with a bullet hole in her chest, and she's sitting on a bench in front of this weird guy. And this guy's like dressed up like a talent producer, and he's like, "All right, first meeting of idol group or whatever." And he's like, "All right, so you're the only person that's awakened, so I'm gonna explain it to you. You'll be the leader of the group." And she's like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "We are gonna be an idol group." And she's sitting on the bench talking in front of like him. He's in front of this board that flips around, and he flips it around and like, "This is the group that we're gonna be." And she's like, "I still don't understand what you're talking about." And then next to her are zombies, and it's like all female zombies. One person's crawling on the ground, and I'm like, okay. And there's another one just walking to the side, and there's like a couple other people just, I don't know, moving around weirdly. And I'm like, is this class just for her, or is it for everybody? Because nobody's listening. And then he starts explaining it, and he's like, "Okay, well, could you tell this girl to quit biting me?" And like, she lifts up her elbow, and this girl's like, "No, no," just chewing on her elbow. And I'm like, am I supposed to take this seriously? I don't understand what's going on. And then he's like, "Okay, cool, let's go to our first performance." And I'm like, what? So they come into the like the artist entrance of this place, and it's kind of like a festival thing where it's like it's a bunch of different bands all together, and they're like the last band to go up, and it's a death metal thing. And I'm like, okay, well, they're like grungy looking, I guess, so maybe
I
that'll.
mean, they're dead, so I guess death metal.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay. And like they get out of the van, and they're all made up, and they look like regular people. So I'm like, this completely clashes with the concert that's going on, but whatever. So they go into the waiting room, and John was just walking around, walking in the walls and crawling on the ground, all that kind of stuff, even though they like look normal now. And he's like, "All right, you're up next." And she's like, "What am I supposed to be doing? We never practice any. I don't even know what to sing." Like, "You'll figure it out," and throw them on stage. So then she's in the middle of the stage with a mic, and everybody's just walking back and forth and crawling on the ground. And then she's like, the girl that was chewing on her before, when right before they went on stage, she's like, she's going to try to chew on somebody. Like, don't bring her on stage. And first thing, as soon as the lights hit, the girl's like, whoa, jumps into the crowd, and they're trying to crowd surf before the concert even starts. They're like, oh, okay. And then she like just pounces on somebody. It's like, oh, oh. And he's like, oh God, get her off of me. And they like put her up back on stage. And then she like stops trying to attack him. And then all of a sudden, this music starts playing. It's like, and then all of a sudden, a few of them just like stop their aimless wandering, and then they're like, gay, 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 and they start like headbanging with half of their body, and like the girl looks over, she's like, oh God, what are they doing? And then another zombie has like a microphone, and like all of a sudden she's like, and starts just screaming into the mic, and I'm like, what's happening? And then like I don't like other ones start screaming, and then she's like, I guess this is what we're doing. And she's like, ah, screaming into the mic, and the crowd's like, yeah. And the concert just starts going, and like People are all like, yeah, they start headbanging, and the other girls are still. And then what the person that like almost got eaten before, and they're like, how are they headbanging like that? It's like their necks are actually broken. And I'm like, yeah. And it's just utter nonsense. And then the song ends, and then the zombies go back to like, for like a split second, they go back to like aimlessly wandering, and then that other zombie leaps back into the crowd and tries to eat somebody else along with others because I guess they saw her do that, and then the concert was over. And the next day, they're back in that class, or I guess dance practice room or whatever it is, and the talent guy was like, "Okay, so the first concert was a success," and then she's like flashing back to like the girl trying to eat people, and she's like, "No, it was not." And all of a sudden, you hear screaming, and people were like, "Oh my God, what's happening to me? Oh my God, who are you?" And so all of a sudden, the other girls start awakening, and now they're sentient, just like the main girl was, except for like one of them. And I think it was the one girl that like leaps into the audience. So they're gonna start practicing and becoming an idol group while still having this like crazy zombie beast that's gonna like keep leaping into the audience. I'm like, I don't know what I just watched, but I have to see more. This is my favorite show of the season because it is total nonsense and they just roll with it. Just like the show from earlier. I'm like, all right, this is what we're on board for. So, yeah.
Interesting.
This show made me laugh the most out of all of them. So, I'm probably going to finish this. So, the last show of the night is Frankenstein Family, or Shiyan Pijantin.
So, I know this one wasn't of this season. I think it was what, last season?
I think it's April, so 2 seasons ago.
2 seasons ago. But this one only just now recently became available to watch on Crunchyroll.
Yes.
So, I've only watched the first episode on it, but it's interesting. So the storyline takes place is that this family had the mother and father were both like mad scientists basically, and they did experiments on their children. One, they gave the genes of a dog, so now he can basically transform himself into a dog. But he kind of has mannerisms of a dog, but not to like. Usually, only when he's actually in dog form, and then in human form, he'll have some of the type of mannerisms, but not for the most part. He'll be pretty normal. Another one, they gave the genes of a spider, so she can. Her personality is very aggressive. She likes to hunt, bugs preferably, but she'll hunt pretty much anything. And yeah, she has, as you can see in the picture, the spider legs coming out of her back. I don't think. Well, she does kind of use them. Yeah, she does. And being able, like, there was one point she was going through a forest, and you could see her like basically doing acrobatic things because of it.
Okay.
So she kind of uses those legs. Another one, they gave the genes of a plant. And now basically she always has plants growing out of all over her body. And she never has to eat. All she has to do is stand out in the sun when she's hungry.
Okay. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. And she's very just kind of just like, I guess her personality is very kind of easygoing, kind of like with plants and much. It's just like, whatever. Do you want to go do that? Yeah, no, whatever. Sure. All right. Yeah. And then another one has mind abilities, where she can basically read and sense minds. Um, so she's very standoffish, usually likes to be alone, doesn't like to be around large crowds, obviously, too many minds. Um, and then the final one, the boy in the yellow, is actually 100% normal.
I was gonna say that.
Nothing wrong with him. He's smart.
Mhm.
That's basically it. So while the other ones were being experimented on and using their abilities and fine tuning their abilities, he was just constantly studying. And honestly, so far with the first episode, it's just kind of their day to day life.
Okay.
He tries to keep them out of the limelight as much as possible because obviously people like that tend to get looks and then get questioned about their abilities to be human, kind of.
Mhm.
Um, a lot of times, luckily, for the most part, they're told that they're just being in cosplay, which is
Okay.
which is nice. You can kind of brush a lot of that off and like, oh, there, yeah, they're cosplay. Yeah, sure, that's
Hmm.
what it is. Um, but again, this is just really it's just a slice of life. It's interesting to me because obviously the characters themselves are interesting because of their abilities and powers that they have. And it's a dynamic between them. He tries to say, "Hey, I know what's best for you," and of course, the Spider Lady is kind of like, I'll do what I want. You don't control me. You don't make decisions. You're not strong as me, so I should make decisions and yada yada yada. And there was a dynamic where there were usually him and his brother dog friend would go do grocery shopping, but he got into an argument with the spider sister and decided that he was going to do shopping by himself because he was the one in charge, and that ended up being a huge hassle because he got lost on his way back because apparently a very human thing. He has a horrible sense of direction,
Okay.
which is usually why his dog brother would come with him because obviously he has better sense of direction, knows where he's going, and yeah, that had to be like a search party that ended up having to go and rescue him basically
Oh wow.
because he ended up getting attacked by some wild dogs and then ran in a completely different direction and ended up going into like this giant woods, fell down into like a giant wooded area.
Oh my god.
So yeah, but thanks to the fact that his one sister can read and know where kind of has location because it can read minds, knew where he was at, and then told the spider sister where he was at, so she went and rescued him. So um yeah, no, it's interesting. Like kind of this is one of those where I wouldn't mind watching the whole thing, but it might be a fact of the fact of all the other ones that I'm currently watching.
Hmm.
This might be the only case in that regards.
Okay.
I don't know if I'll continue it or not, but it is one that's already been out. Because like at this point, I could watch the whole thing
Yeah.
because it's all out. Um, Crunchyroll has all the episodes, but I don't know. I'm debating it.
Okay.
So still not bad. I think this is a first time studio on this one. Um,
Okay.
Brand new studio, and I don't see anything. I don't fault them for anything.
Hmm.
I think they did a good job. Characters are they're very individually specific. Um, Decent enough storyline, just slice of life, not too hard, not too difficult. Um, and the animation's done really well.
Okay.
So
So this has that slice of life with a twist that's enough to get you interested.
yeah,
But then when other other stuff that fits well within your genre comes up against it, it's like
yeah, it's definitely one I'd be interested to finish, but not as much if I have other things that I'm more interested to watch. So
okay. Well, cool. Yeah, I was interested in watching this one, but it didn't show up on Crunchyroll till recently. So, um, yeah, I may check that out one day when I do my little second pass of all the anime. But yeah, that is that is it for our initial thoughts for the fall season of 2018. This has been the #1 longest episode
Oh yeah.
ever, by far. Um, yeah, this season is all over the place with me. There's like there's like hype sequels, shows that were interesting concepts that are kind of falling flat, and there's some shows that I've never heard of that I'm like, oh my god, this is so good. Yeah, this show will be back in a month to talk about the next season of an anime. And that will be projected to be on the
25th.
25th, the weekend after Thanksgiving. But yeah, we will be back to talk about the trailers that we checked out and shows that we are interested in. And then the next show after that will be us finishing off all the stuff that we could get to from this season. So, yeah, check out this season. There's some pretty good stuff. And as always, this is Big D and Shade from TacoYaki Anime. And thank y'all for watching. Thanks for hanging out in chat. Thanks for supporting the channel in any way that you do. And we will see y'all in a month.